Absolutely.
any day you want.
I wrote it here.
Yeah.
Their budget really is up about 4%. Almost all of that is labor cost. They got a labor contract changed during the current year, and that goes up 4% for the first year of that contract. So that's most of it. We actually are paying about $450,000 more than we're paying this year, and that's almost all labor cost. Basically, nothing else is changing. But we had the joy yesterday of talking about one of our success stories being airport. These folks are clearly either 1 or 1A in that success story department. We're quite proud of what they're doing. So, Jimmy, you're on.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Madam Chair, and to the council. Regrettably, Mr. Washington is unable to be with us this morning, so he sent me in his stead. So we prepared a budget overview along with some of our completed and current initiatives. And after you take a look at that, if you have any questions, I'll do my very best to answer. And if I don't have an answer for you right now, I definitely will get with Mr. Washington upon his return and make sure that he gets that answer to you.
But just the headings for these are all, things that they've kept you up on over the years. They're, you wander through the old Sun furniture and you go, this is Sportran? Uh-huh, it is. And they're doing an awful lot of modernization. They've done, the app works, the ability to keep up with where the buses are all the time.
Yes.
Able to keep up with how many folks are on the bus at any one time.
And
New signs, new shelters, all kinds of things.
And of particular note, if you would take a look at the ridership numbers on the right side of the page, you'll see that Sportran did about 4.3 million rides last year, which is about half of what New Orleans did, which New Orleans did 9.6 million. And you have to keep in mind that New Orleans has tourism.
Right.
So if we were able to do half of what New Orleans did without tourism, then I think we're in a pretty good spot, especially considering what Baton Rouge did. And Baton Rouge only did 1.5 million rides, and they're in the capital city. So that's a particular note for us.
So
we can stick our chest out about that.
Oh, you should.
Yes.
So you still have the free bus rides and on-demand service will continue?
Yes, ma'am. That will continue.
Okay, that's good. I think that's always it's been a positive. And so, this is good. Your ADA mobility complex?
Yes, ma'am.
I could appreciate that for sure. When do you look to establish that?
We've already gotten the legwork completed.
Okay.
And so we're going out to hit the streets with RFPs, and we're going to start the design phase shortly.
Oh, that is awesome.
We have some renderings. I'm not sure if I can have Mr. Washington. I can
Would you
share
send
those
me
with you
some?
afterwards, where you
Would
can see.
Yeah, did you send it to me?
Yes. Oh, as a matter of fact, it's on the front page. Turn on the front. It's right smack in the middle, right at the top.
Really?
Yes. It's the two-story building.
Yeah.
Yes, that's one rendering of it.
Oh, that is so nice.
Well, I am most pleased because we are in this constant fight on blight, and that goes with our city vehicles as well. I was just looking at a film of or video of Japan and how they treat their fleet services, and that anything on the streets is considered disgraceful. And I thought, yeah, that is the way that we want to start looking. And I've never seen, and if there is, I have not seen it. So I can only speak for myself, is I've never seen a dirty Sportran bus.
Yes, we take pride.
And that is a sense of pride, and I welcome that. They're clean, they're refreshing. The art pops, regardless if you're advertising or not. It's done tastefully, and I'm most impressed with bringing your trash on the bus.
Right.
I think that is just such a positive message that we are sending to the rest of the community, that Sportran cares. And look, if you don't have something, just bring it on the bus with you, and we'll take care of it. And that's just showing that pride that we don't want it out on the street. Because
Right.
as I've talked to De Niro many times, is that how close to the bus bench do I have to put a trash can before someone actually uses it? And so I've encouraged them to, instead of the trash can being behind the bus bench, maybe being a little bit,
Closer, right.
within eye view of it, but very impressed with the collection of the litter at the bus stops. And I'm looking forward to getting our new bus benches and awnings and so forth. Our bus
We're
stops.
working on that as we
Yeah,
speak.
I just talked to him last night, and I'm very, very excited about that. And I appreciate everything that you do for us. Thank you so much.
Yes.
There was a guy last year that said y'all were 5 minutes late. Have y'all improved on that?
Yes, sir. And that was in our transition period when our first GPS system was sunset. And so now we've improved it. We've made tremendous improvements on that.
So he's cool with y'all now?
Look, he's one of our best friends.
Okay.
Are you sure about those 5 minutes?
Right. Yeah.
Like in my cousin Vinny.
Right.
Are you
Right.
sure about those 5 minutes?
Right.
I'm sure.
Yes.
It says y'all integrated 29 of the 40 new buses. Will y'all still be doing bus wraps or just move towards advertising just inside the buses?
So what we're doing, our brand new buses have our new brand on it. So what we're doing is our older fleet, we're using those to wrap we're using those to wrap. And other advertising will be done inside the buses, inside of our intermodal terminal, and inside of Sport Trans City when it opens up on the first floor. Because what we want is our new brand to get out and be visible. We want people to be able to see the new brand, and the new brand in itself is, it's one of those ones that grabs your attention, and it's gotten so much attention. We were just in Boston at a conference, and when people saw our new buses, everybody was like, well, who came up with that? Whose design was that? And De Niro was like, hey, we're forward thinking, and we want people, when they see the bus, we want them to not only see it, but we want them to want to get on it. So, we want it to be attractive to them. So we're using the older fleet for now to wrap. And once we start to phase in newer buses, as this current fleet ages up, then we'll use those and add those to our inventory to wrap.
And do y'all track how much revenue y'all generating currently off advertisement?
Yes, we just actually brought our advertising in-house as of August. So we will have some numbers to report on that shortly. We just brought it in-house.
Thank you.
We have a page on there about their capital projects as well. They have a total of about 108 million, a good bit of which has already been spent, but roughly 70% of their money comes from the Federal Transit Administration. Now that the government's back open, I guess that'll
Yes.
start flowing again. About 20% of it is our money. That actually is a challenge because De Niro is quite successful at getting money, and
Yes.
we got to find the 20%. One of the things that you actually have an item on your agenda that you can vote next time. We had a couple of items that were actually going to be considered new projects in the 26 budget, but he's already got the money, so we're funding them in 25 so they can go ahead and get started. And so you'll see part of the capital amendment we'll do at the end is moving them from one year to the other, but it won't change the total.
And to piggyback off of that, the formula funding that we receive from the federal government is based off of ridership. So as you see, our ridership has increased, so our federal contributions will increase because we've had an increase in ridership.
Oh, cool.
So get the word out. The
So
more
it's encouraging to get
right,
people
the
to
more
ride.
people that we have on the bus, the more money we receive in our formula funding.
Probably need to pick Councilman Green up from church and then just bring him on here.
That's right. That's it. We'll get them right here.
Encourage your members to ride the bus.
Did I hear you say, or maybe I didn't, is that,
You should.
I remember back when you could advertise inside the bus?
Yes.
Like a private company can still do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you step on the bus, there's interior space along both sides and in the front that you can advertise on. There will be digital ads as well as print ads.
And you have a special contact person for that?
Yes, we do. His name is Zach Allen,
Right.
and he'll be
And
more
he
than
does the
happy.
bus benches as well, doesn't
Yes, sir.
he? Yes. Okay. Those are popping.
Yes,
I really like those.
we get so many calls
Yeah,
about
those are
those,
super
even
nice.
online feedback.
And they're
about
pretty
it.
comfortable too. I got out and just I thought they look pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
So I went out and sat on it. They're really comfortable. Thank you.
Yes.
And they break the heat.
Yes,
Yeah, they dissipate the heat better than the old bunches.
Yes.
The benches did, yeah. So thank you.
I don't know. What time do the bus stop running?
1:30 a.m.,
And pick back up at,
5 a.m.
One of the things y'all need to be aware of is that we are shrinking our service in Bossier City because Bossier has kept their funding static for the last few years. And De Niro and I met with them, and we tried to convince them to do full-blown bus service that they would be willing to pay for, and they chose not to do that. So a lot of the service now is going to be peak hours only on some of the routes in Bossier, starting pretty much right now, I think.
Yes, sir. Started October.
The only nit we really have, and Jimmy, you'll like this one, looked out my office window yesterday and I saw a purple bus go by. And you know what was on the marquee? Happy Easter. So, just want to let you know.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Yes.
How do you keep, how do we spread the wealth on advertising on a bus so that Jim Talaferro can't monopolize just because he has a lot of money? Just because, how do you do that? I mean, so in other words, we don't just have one person, one business out there monopolizing all the buses.
So we track every area that we can advertise on. And when Zach tracks that, as people begin to place orders for ads, Zach makes sure that Jim is not monopolizing all of the print ad space. He's not monopolizing all of the bus ad space. And so he does a good job of making sure that that inventory is managed where no one person or business can monopolize.
Good. I like that variety.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Tell De Niro you made it out just fine.
All right. Y'all enjoy the
Matter
rest
of
of
fact, we're going to text him right now.
All right.
Tell him you missed
Good job,
it.
Jimmy.
Thank you.
Next up is property standards. This is one of the few budgets that's going up a great deal from where we started this year, but not really going up much from what they're actually going to spend this year. Their two big items have always been professional services, which is securing and mowing, and weed abatement, and then the demolition line. And those, we are trying to keep it at generally where they're going to spend this year. They did a lot of, they have done a lot more securing, a lot more care of premises stuff than they have been doing. In fact, we pretty much had to close them up for the year because they pretty much, done what they could do for the year. But we are adding a position there. Rachel, the Bloomberg fellow, basically her study recommended that we have somebody to help them manage all the data they have so that less of it could be manual and more of it could move faster. So that position is being created. Otherwise, it's the same staff as this year.
The floor is yours.
If you guys have any questions, I'm open to answer them.
What, I meant to ask Sportran, but, so going into the new year, into the new year, so what's exciting? What's coming up? What do you see that is really gonna be so different, from this year, which this year was great. And I thoroughly applaud you for everything that you did, not only for my district, everybody up here, is thrilled with the response and the programs, the projects that come out of, your office. And so I'm just really excited about what's going on next year because I think that I think we're getting ahead of the curve. I'd like to think so. On the blight, and it's because of your office as well that helps us do that, helps us look good. And so what do you see? Are we going to be doing anything different next year? Do we see any cool programs on the horizon, anything like that?
Well, just this past weekend, we participated with Shreveport Green at J.S. Clark, and we planted, I think, about 175 trees. So we will be partnering up with Shreveport Green on a lot of things that will help out in the community. We also plan on doing the Great American Cleanups in a quarterly fashion instead of a yearly fashion. We are planning on taking the sweeps to once a month instead of 12 back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
Right.
So we want to spread that out. Overall, we not only want to maintain the numbers that we've been doing, we want to try to push for more. And hopefully with CIRA coming on board, we'll be able to get a lot of properties moving that way. So.
The other thing you may see, and Marcus, you might want to chime in a little here, we're trying to look at some of the processes we have to see if we can spend a little less time on paperwork and try to see if we can move things quicker. Do you have anything you want to add there?
Terrence and I have a meeting scheduled for, I think, Monday with the people at Ptolemy who can help to automate some of our processes. And the goal is to make property standards somewhat more data-driven so that we take in all the information that we have about not just property standards violations, but also crime in the area, fire statistics, things like that. And if we map all those things together, we can see where are the burnout locations. Is there a relationship between burnout locations and squatters and blight? And if there is a relationship between squatters and blight and burnout locations, then that becomes a priority to address on the property side as opposed to being reactive. So that's something that we've got scheduled for Monday, and we hope to be ready to implement some of those kinds of changes early next year.
We also want that software to take our legal portion from A to B so that our paralegal is not having to do so much handwriting. And we can actually, she'll be able to track, set up dockets, put all of that information in the system, and it'll spit out everything that she needs for court, environmental court.
That was one of the findings that the Bloomberg fellow basically said, y'all need to get less paper, more automation if you can, try to move stuff through the system quicker. So that's what this meeting and a number of others are about.
It'd be great if that system can track some warning signs too. I think blight is the end result. There's a lot of things that goes wrong before a property becomes blighted, so if we can track unpaid water bills, just early alert systems to see if there's something else going on in the background that may have a property end up being vacant at some point and we have to eventually tear it down. Once we start seeing leaky roofs and big problems, start citing those early before it gets to the point where, they just abandon it and then it has to be turned down, and that's more cost to the city. The other thing, we talked about this kind of last year, but it's coming back up again. Our homeless encampment, they're making camps in a lot of our vacant buildings. And so we have to address that as well, which is difficult because you're dealing with people. But I believe we have enough resources for places they can go besides our abandoned vacant buildings. But we want to try to address those early before they get too comfortable.
Right.
So the intern that we had, Mr. Mayor, in your office, in her report is that property standard was overtasked.
Correct.
So what is it that we are doing to give an answer to that she had in her report, that her findings was that you all were overtasked on what you were doing? And of course, we still add more to what you all do. So was that report just a report, or was it to improve on that?
We acknowledge what she said, and additional people is a matter of money.
One of the things we are trying to do, though, is that part of their task process that we think we do too much of is we cite and we cite and we cite and we cite the same properties that we know nobody's taken care of, and we've cited them in previous. Marcus is trying to work on a system that might let us do that less, because there's no point in continuing to cite properties that we absolutely know there's nobody paying attention to and hasn't paid attention to in years. So that's something he's trying to work on, because a lot of what we perceive their issue is having to run the same lots over and over and over through the system, and that takes up time that could be spent doing some of this proactive stuff you're talking about.
So Attorney, the legislation that I asked you to do about doubling, tripling the fine or whatever, will that empower him as to what, to get from point A to point B?
It certainly increases the pressure that we can place when there is a violation. I think we did at least double the fine in that legislation, and so it definitely increases the pressure that we can levy on a property owner To Mr. Dark's point, one of the specific recommendations in Rachel's report concerning weed abatements was that maybe you cite a property owner twice, and then after that, you automatically cut or spray and just bill it without going through any additional legal process. So that would free up some of the administrative space to be more proactive and look at some other things. The technology solutions are also specific. Those come straight out of Rachel's report. And she also recommended a data management position. That is the one position that's been added to the property standards budget. That data management person is the person who's supposed to sort of help put all of this together. So there are several things going on in property standards that come straight out of the report from the Bloomberg Fellow, and a couple of them are reflected in the budget.
What are your unmet needs?
I mean, the biggest one that we have was a location.
Is what?
A location?
Location.
Because you all are growing, and have grown out of your space.
Right.
So, okay.
Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Have you talked to Mr. Dark about a location that we had talked about on the corner of Pines?
No, I have not spoken with him.
Okay, if you would like, I'd like to continue that conversation,
Okay.
and we'll
What
get with
would-
Mr. Dark.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you.
What would be the ideal location? Central?
Yes.
Okay.
Two things. I like the idea of citing less, because when we get calls about tall grass, and then I get a call back said the grass hasn't been cut, then I call you and it's like, we cited the property, which means that you got to give them time
Right.
before you can go out there and cut. And during that time, the grass is steady getting taller. So I like the idea of citing less, but I also want to see some numbers on things we're doing for others and we don't collect on. You know, how much money is being spent out cutting grass? You know, is there a property out there we have cut every year for the last 10 years and collected nothing on? What's the next step? Are we going to just continue to cut the grass forever, or are we going to wait till the fees add up till it costs more than the property of the home? You know, we need to have some ideas as to what money is being spent out versus what's been collected, and how do we soften that blow.
Most of your adjudicated properties. We're not getting paid on them. So,
'Cause there's
but
nobody
we
to
can,
pay it.
right, there's nobody there to pay it. So we can see if we can pull some numbers together for you, though.
Okay.
So unmet needs is a location you all need for you all's operation.
And the other one is, because of the kind of work they do, we got to buy them mowing stuff every so often.
Well,
We try.
I agree with that. Well, I'm of the same mindset of Councilman Green. We pack all of this stuff on them, and yet and still, what other accommodations are we making? We have this where it goes with data management. That's fine. That goes in and streamline the processes, but it's not going to stop the work. It's not going to stop the work that they have to go out there in the field and do. You take downtown, you want them to do, and this is a question that I asked when we did this vacant lot ordinance. What is going to happen and where are you going to increase? Because yes, the city has expanded, which means there's more demand, and then we're paying attention more with the focus on blight, which means they're gonna have more demand and coming in. And so something has to be done in reference to that when it comes to staffing, when it comes to all of those things, because they are the focal point. They get called for everything. It's like they council members. They get called for everything, you know, even when it's not, even if it's not our responsibility. And I think those are the real things that we're looking at. That if we're gonna keep packing, then we're gonna have to start doing some pulling, and then give them the accommodations that they need so they'll be able to successfully do their jobs.
And basically, you know, we talk about we want a clean city. We want a clean city. We talk about the city is dirty. We want a clean city. but we don't empower them
right.
with the tools to clean the city. I mean, they gotta, my grandmama used a word that says they gotta half clean it. There's another word goes to that, but that's what she said. So we gotta half do it, but they're doing the best they can with what they got. Say, for an instance, we want safety. So what we've done is we've empowered the police department with cameras, with this, with everything that they need for crime. But if you got a dirty city, then that's gonna bring about crime because people are in that desert mentality. So I think what we need to do is, for instance, we have the sweeps, but we have them on Saturdays, on weekends. Well, they're gonna work because they need the money, but how can we accomplish this goal, part of it during the week? If they got the right tools, then they can go and they can clean up during the weekend. Like, for instance, on weekend, if you task them every weekend, what about their family? What about what they gotta do? I mean, so I think we gotta do something to help property standards to accomplish what everybody up here want. Everybody in the city want is a clean city. So I just think something has to happen. It's like they said, well, we've outgrown our space. So
Where's the building?
we building substations. We got the police out of whatever on Texas. So how can we make these folk even feel good? Because when you feel good, you do a better job with what you got. But we got to do something. We got to do something to empower them because they're the ones who we want to clean up the city. But we're not giving them all that they need. So I just think that there ought to be a look at that as to what we can do to enhance what you all are doing. Right now, if we say, hey, lot number whatever in my district and such, this house over here, they got this over there, they got that over there, and they got to make the best of what they got. And I think as the report said, that they are overtasked. And I believe what the report said.
What the data says.
So if in fact we're saying, like for instance, last weekend, we had police, we had drones, we had helicopters, we had everything because we want to make sure that downtown is safe at night at the concert, at the little Boosie concert that we all went to. We got to make sure that when it's down there that we got to have it clean. So I just think that we need to empower Mr. Green and his department. Yes, they doing a great job with the little they got, but I just think that they need to be empowered, and that's just what I think.
You turn around and make Councilwoman Bowman.
Right. So your main ideal of making things better in your department would be another bigger location,
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
you can't expand without
right?
the room.
Okay, I did some research in property standards in other states and cities, and what they're doing is property standards departments are working from their truck with a laptop.
Right.
When they go out and they cite, they're working and putting this data from their vehicle. Someone had mentioned this to me of, it saves money, it saves times, it gives the property standards employees more time in the actual district than being in an office.
Yes.
So this is something I would like Mr. Dark to do some more research on and see about getting this software and this system for y'all. You got it?
Yes. They can do it from their cell phone or they can do it from their tablets. The only downside to it is the slowness of the Wi-Fi.
Okay,
So a lot of them will come back in because it's a lot faster to do it from the actual.
okay.
Our Wi-Fi is not like that.
So, if I
Same way
may.
it is with the police department.
Yeah, so the way we're taking care of our data input and extraction is not by an MDT like the police department has their MDTs in the cars. It is actually through either a phone or a tablet.
They have tablets, they have cell phones.
Okay, so the connectivity, how many how many laptops or iPads do you currently use?
I have, right now,
I mean, all of your people to
Yes.
do this data input?
yes, all of them have tablets
Okay. And how many
and
of
cell
them?
phones. So
many?
you have 13 inspectors out there
Okay.
and 2 supervisors. So they all have what they need as far as the equipment.
Okay, so I would like to research actually assigning a phone number to each one of those iPads, because that'll solve the internet connectivity issue, I think, right? Or have you looked at that?
For the Microsoft version, no. To change out and go to iPad, yes. So in other words, the Microsoft has a MiFi connection,
That's correct.
which means it has a device that you have to bring out with you, versus the iPad
That's right.
has the SIM or what have you on the
It
inside.
actually has a
And it's more
designated
like your-
line or a phone line to it.
It's more or
similar
less
to
like your
our
cell phone.
iPads here, yes.
Yeah.
So that, I think, all right, so I guess how many actually have a designated line?
All 13 inspectors and 2 supervisors
Okay,
have all of their equipment.
So are those?
but yet we have a connectivity issue. I don't understand.
Because also too,
Yeah.
depending on where they are.
But see, if
and
there's a
also
separate phone number, it doesn't matter.
Well, sometimes it does.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're all separate phone numbers for those pieces of equipment. We have, Shocker's getting us prices on iPads now,
Okay,
so we're waiting on a price for
All right.
that.
yeah, I would not like that to be a hurdle,
Right.
you know, for connectivity, because you have to come into the office. I mean, that's what the police department
they need
did,
it for
and
equipment.
we learned from the sheriff's office that the sheriff's office, because of their coverage,
Right.
actually had a dedicated phone line for their cars or and improve their connectivity, you know, over 700 square miles of road. So,
And I think it's through.
anyway, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Green, I'm not against the building, and me and you have identified a great building that we can get with Mr. Dark with. It was just something extra I was adding. I want to let you know that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You all have equipment?
Yes. And I think what we're probably gonna end up doing is probably getting with Shelley and grabbing some of hers. And we'll look at what Jarvis has as well. So,
I
and-
knew where it was at a point, and Councilman Green can correct me if I'm wrong, about equipment. If one department has it, then it wasn't like it was shared equipment.
Right.
With some of the things that we ask you to do, you may need a bush hog or whatever it is, or whatever the equipment is called, and so does Public Works. And so I think when we talk about the building standpoint, because you also have to have somewhere to store
Right,
all of this, and it has to be in a protective environment
right.
when you get ready to do that. And so that's an expense of what we're looking at. I'm just saying, if you're going in and you really talk about tackling blight and where the blight is, you're gonna need equipment.
Right.
You're gonna need good equipment, because this is some stuff that has been here for decades.
Well, we have, I'll speak with Mr. Dark. There may be an equipment package that they're gonna put together, because usually that's where I get the majority of it from.
Okay.
So I will get with Mr. Dark on
He also has 172,000 in next year's budget for equipment,
Yeah.
which we'll let him hit the highest needs, not necessarily everything, but at least a few of them.
So let me ask you this. You say they have pretty much exhausted their budget for this year. What does that mean?
It means that for mowing for the rest of the year, we'll mow most of it with our own folks. We're not likely to contract much else out
Okay.
for mowing.
What about demolitions?
Still have some demo money.
Okay.
We're trying to work on some of that. Some of that is going to end up going, I suspect, to, we're trying to work with the National Guard and some of the things they have to have asbestos out of buildings before we
Correct.
do things, and he's working on spending a little bit of money doing that, but that's, we're not shutting demo down right now, but grass cutting is pretty much not gonna be any more contractors.
I want a cost of what blight is costing. And is that coming from the general fund or is that coming from property standards budget?
Try block by block now?
Yes.
We can get it to you. I mean, I'm assuming most of it is just overtime. Because we wouldn't have spent, we would have spent
No,
a
I'm
little
talking
extra.
about the cutting, all of that, whatever it is that we're doing under this particular program, the whole project, what does it cost? What is it costing us? And is the money coming from the general fund, or is it coming from their budget?
Well, they're in the general fund, so it would have come from their budget. And of course, somebody would have come from police and other places where money would have been spent. But
So going
cutting
forward,
would have come from their budget, yes.
so going forward, whatever projections or whatever it is that you all are planning to do with block by block, how is that budget set up? Because what I'm trying to find out is, when you all initiate this program, what is it costing? Because we don't have a cost of what this program is costing, with what it is, what is the play-by-play of what it is that you plan to do. Block by block is going to affect our districts. It's going to affect predominantly black districts. What does that cost? What does that look like? And what is that plan going forward? And is it coming out of property standards, general fund, police? What does all of that look like? What is the role for police when it comes to block by block? What is the role for public works? What is it costing property standards? What is it costing SPAR? What are all of those dollars? What is that total cost and impact of what block by block is?
We can try to get you some of that. The one thing you can be assured of, though, is that because we are funding him for next year at the level they're spending this year, that at least that level of effort can be sustained in one form or another, depending on what's developed for the year forward. We have tried to build on what we're doing this year and build that into their next year dollars.
That's fine, but I still want a cost.
Well, and
I want a cost.
We will
You
try
all
to get you
spend,
one.
you all spend money. What does it cost? There should be a cost factor for everything that we have done, that we have to go and say, okay, well, this costs this, if we're looking at the budget, and you get ready to fund something else, then you all should have us a cost of what every block by block cost. You had 13 of them, what did it cost? What did it cost them in overtime? What did it cost police? What did it cost? It's something that we've asked you before. So we need to, those costs, so we will be able to see it, because we need to know how to factor in case any council member wants to make an amendment.
Okay, we'll try to get you those numbers.
Thank you.
So how do we, when, for instance, when we cut the grass, how do we put in the country? Like, for instance, in my district, on 70th Street, on Hollywood, and on Juella, they cut the grass, but they don't edge it. So I got grass in the street, growing in the street. But if I go down like Fern Avenue, then
Yep.
they cut the grass, but all of theirs is edged and it looks totally different. A portion of Hollywood is edged, but the rest of Hollywood, Juella, and 70th Street, they cut the right of way and all of that, the edging and all that, but it doesn't be a. So how do we include that into getting that done?
Now, I'm assuming most of what you're talking about is Jarvis's cutting.
Public Works.
I don't know that it's necessarily Terrence's.
Right.
But Jarvis and I, and you can bring it up when he comes in later, but Jarvis and I have had a discussion about elevating the standards of that, because I see the same thing you do, that some places look great and some places don't. And he and I have had that discussion. We are trying to work on really two fronts. One of them is trying to pick up litter more often, and the other is trying to make sure that contractors actually do what you're talking about, if not every cut, then regular.
Right. Well, even with property standards, if we give a contractor a job to cut this lot, it's on a street. Well, they cut it, but they don't edge it. They just cut it, and it just, say for instance, if you got a lot here and you got to cut it, then the neighbor next door, they got their yard cut, so it's edged. So then you got the lot that's just the grass cut. They thankful for the grass being cut, but it's not beautifying the neighborhood because they didn't edge it up as well.
And that's something we can work with his contractor specs for next year to look at. Again, it's probably not something you do every time, but you
Right.
But you would do it at least.
Just
often
make it
enough.
look, just make it look nice, decent. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the research I've done with Jarvis is that on the lot maintenance, all that we're requiring the contractors to do is just to mow it and just to keep it down, correct? But then on the thoroughfares, it is in their scope of work, because I've read it, and it's just holding those contractors to task. And we can talk to Jarvis about it, but the point is, if I'm paying them, I expect them to do the scope of work. It doesn't matter where they are, because I think all of us have that issue as far as grass being mowed, left in the gutters and so forth, which is not on you. But, so is that true, is that, when we mow lots, that typically all we're doing is keeping the grass down?
They weed eat as well.
Well, they weed eat, but I'm saying we're not holding them responsible for putting an edge on the sidewalk.
No, if they weed eat it flat and it's not on the sidewalk,
Okay,
they're not gonna go and weed eat this way and go around it.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, one other thing, Madam Chair, is that I would appreciate your idea of what the next building that we're gonna put you in looks like. Square footage, where it needs to be located.
Well, I tell you what, let me get back with you on that.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'd like to be looking just like we did with the police department.
Right.
We'd like to be looking
Because it's
for
gonna
your
have to
next home.
include storage areas for equipment as well.
Certainly, yeah. So whatever it looks like to you,
Okay.
I'd like to know as a Realtor.
On that note, and here again, I don't know how they're gonna do about developing it, but if in fact the money that we're gonna spend on a building, if we could invest it in some of the buildings on Monkhouse, what we already own, the Foremost Dairies deal over there, I think there's enough space over there that we could do unbelievable stuff, because I'm just saying, listen what I'm saying.
Don't shoot your shot.
Turn that mic off.
Shoot your shot, exactly. I don't have a mute button.
Y'all, listen, our next budget meeting, we gonna meet over there at Monkhouse.
Didn't you hear me and Mr. Green say we've already identified a building?
But,
Good, sit down, Terrence.
But
while
you
you-
say that is central. That is central, huh? That's a central location, huh?
Central location, right
Central
there on
location, right
Monkhouse.
by the airport. Right,
You don't
talking
pull me in
about-
that one.
Talking about a used car salesman for real. For real,
Just
okay?
visualize it,
Used car
visualize it.
salesman for real. He already pulled his plug. Jim, get the specs.
Working on it right now.
Okay.
Sit down,
Thank
Terrence.
you.
Thank you. Next up's MPC. Their budget's actually smaller for next year. Some of that reflects the uncertainty relative to what sort of succession for Mr. Clark there might be. So it's possible, depending on what happens at some point next year, we might ask you to come back a little bit more. But the biggest thing, we pay for their budget pretty much the same way we have been. City pays most of it, parish pays a little bit, fees and charges pay a little of it. Our subsidy's going down from $1,207,000 to $1,001,000 next year. And that's, again, indicative of, we cut personal services a little bit to try to see if we could save money, and because they're going to slow walk, at least for a little while, the replacement of a full-time successor. So we'll see how that goes. I think we might be back later with a little, depending on how all that goes out. But
Well,
Alan, you,
Mr. Clark, this your last budget
last
meeting.
show here, bud.
I thought about it as I was coming in, that this is the last budget meeting I will come to. I want to just take just a second, if you will allow me.
Well, let me tell you what I'd like to do, Miss. I would like for you to get Tanya all your information. I'd like for the entire council, the mayor, that all of us would sponsor the resolution thanking you for the job that you've done.
Tell him he already is late.
But I want everybody's name on it.
Oh, is it legal?
Yeah.
Is it legal? No, it's not.
Everybody can't sponsor?
No.
Can everybody take a picture?
Oh, heck.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, Councilman Green. But I did want to thank this council for the support that you've given us this year, and I'd like to thank the administration for the support that they've given us. Because of the support from you and the administration, we've had a successful year. We've accomplished some things that we really have been wanting to accomplish over a 3 to 4 year period. We have completed the master plan update, and it has been presented to the MPC board, and they will vote on it at their meeting in December. I'm very hopeful that they will give a positive recommendation to you. I was hopeful, but we ran a little behind, that it could be adopted before I ride off into the sunset. But if not, as long as it's adopted, it would be fine. I sit and I listen to the discussions with property standards. And as you know, I've been around here a few days, and I've watched the things that we've done over the years. And basically, we have taken an approach in the African-American neighborhoods of zoning enforcement, property standards, and others, of going from a punitive standpoint to try to get compliance. And we don't get compliance in a lot of instances. So we have to take into consideration that, it might be time, and I'm just making a suggestion to you, it may be time to take a different approach because people resent the fact that the city is fine, will be fining them, and they say, what the heck? And I think that that's why we get adjudicated properties, because they say they're not going to pay the bill. And, that cycle, that vicious cycle just continues. In the update to the master plan, the consultants recommended that we take the approach of doing neighborhood plans for inner city neighborhoods and getting the buy-in from the actual people that are living in these neighborhoods, instead of us telling them how they should be conducting themselves in their neighborhood. Now, this won't happen overnight. As you well know, it won't happen overnight at all. But if they have a plan that says what they want to accomplish, because I've come to meetings in your neighborhoods, and it's generally the same people that are in those meetings, and it's generally people like me. I always call us whiteheads, but it's generally the older generation, like it's happening in every entity in our neighborhoods. We are not reaching the middle-aged, the young people, the 30s and the 40-year-olds, and therefore they are the ones that are not complying with the law, and they're the one that will continue to not comply with the law because they haven't achieved any buy-in to their neighborhood. I mean, it's just a place they stay, place where they rent, but actually buying in to the importance of making their neighborhoods, because African-American neighborhoods have not always looked like this.
Correct.
During the days of segregation, we all levels of income lived together, but everybody had that pride to try to make their properties be neat, clean, without grass needed to be cut, without paper and trash and other things on their property. So they had a whole lot less, but they did a whole lot better than we're doing at this point in the process. So these neighborhood plans will be very, very valuable. But like doing the update to the master plan, you all know as well as I know, we still have not gotten total buy-in from our citizens as to how we improve our neighborhoods. And that's going to be a difficult process. And like Mr. Dark has alluded to, we have lost basically $135,000 from our budget, and we don't have one of the big budgets like other departments have. So as things get better, I would hope that you would consider. We think that it costs like $30,000 to $40,000 to do neighborhood plans, because you have seen the planners that we've hired. They're very competent. That's why I asked you to let them come down so you would know who they are. They go out into your. I know I'm boring, but I can't be that boring.
I'll have to put them in timeout.
Straight to the office.
But and I'm trying to wrap this up because you all have gotten a little behind, and I want to respect that and get you back on schedule. But if there are additional funds available, if the condition of the city improves, there are a couple things that we still would like to have, and the neighborhood planning is the most important thing. And I think that the future director of the MPC would be able to work closer with community development, because in a lot of instances, we're doing the same things in the same areas. Now, we're much more broader than community development is sometimes, but those inner city neighborhoods, if their funding is available either way, we have to find ways to engage the persons in these neighborhoods. Because if you engage them and if we get them to a point where they realize that their neighborhoods won't be better unless they become involved, you were talking about the edging, the way the grass is cut. All of these things come from pride. All of these things come from ownership. And if you don't have that, these things will not happen. I think I've gone far enough. I could talk for 30 more minutes, but you probably wouldn't want me to talk for 30 more minutes.
Yeah, I would, you had a Mr. Charles Kirkland.
Yes, sir.
So my question is, who in your office, on your staff, has a youth that if the time come that it would be passed on to them to take your spot? Is there anybody groomed that could take your spot? As to how, I was here when Mr. Kirkland took you under his arms and got you started. I mean, you've done a tremendous job. So how do we get your visions to keep moving?
What we did in our office was we cross-trained everybody so that everybody job responsibilities could be obtained by another person if something happened to that person. With Mr. Kirkland, he did not want a deputy director. For whatever reasons, he didn't. But we have a deputy director at this point. So if we have to, it's a decision by the MPC board, not my decision. But if they are so inclined to make a interim director, we have a deputy director that's been here with me, that's helped me accomplish a lot of the things, so it can just transition on to that point until they decide to either retain that person or hire a new director.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, I don't disagree with you. I think there needs to be neighborhood planners. I know that there was a discussion about that before, because if you're talking about revitalizing the inner city, then I don't see how you leave out MPC in doing that. That planning has to take place. It has to be coordinated. If you're talking about true revitalization, $30,000 to $40,000 is not a lot of money when it comes to our neighborhoods that are in need of it, that I said again have long been neglected. For me, it's a yes for me, because I understand when it comes to planning, and when I haven't heard a council member say that they didn't want for those neighborhoods that have been marginalized for decades not to be robust, because you still have people that live in the central part of the city. And so we can be on the outskirts of the city, but we need to focus on the inside of the city. And then with the current data that we have, when I had the market analysis done within my district, then you use that particular component to still build upon. So I think if we're talking about true robust revitalization, you have to have all of those significant parties involved and neighborhood planners that have the experience and understand what that neighborhood needs to look like with the community as the stakeholder. And you're right about that. So, it's a yes for me with that.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, there's about $80,000 in professional services in their budget. It's conceivable at least one of those plans could be begun to see how it would work. There's no reason you couldn't do that with the money they have. And to his credit, he has done a very good job of bringing in a staff of younger planners who have been given more responsibility, and it will be interesting to see how the next director chooses to deploy them, but there is talent there to be used.
Yeah, we want to use them. I want to use them.
And that's why I wanted you to know who the planners were for years. The council never even knew anybody but the director.
Correct.
The zoning administrator. But I wanted to make certain that you knew who the planners were and see the talent that we have brought in. We were very meticulous in selecting urban planners and we selected them young so they had some time to grow. Now, they're still in the growth process. They're still getting that experience and building up, but
urban planners is something that I asked for. Urban planners was something that I asked for. Our neighborhoods are unique. And so the thought process behind them, that you're gonna have to have individuals that are experienced in that area to understand what the urban areas want. Basically, we all want the same thing in the city, a safe neighborhood, a viable neighborhood with resources and amenities that we use every day. And so, again, having that particular platform and doing that, you can't have a revitalization program without having MPC and those planners in it, period. Can't do that.
I agree totally.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Again, thank you all so much for allowing me to represent the city and be a servant of the people. I've enjoyed it tremendously.
Well,
You're gonna
Mr.
be-
Clark,
you're gonna
you've
be
always been
missed.
a wealth of information.
Amen.
I appreciate it.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate everything you've done. You have answered every question that I ever could have had about MPC, and you're going to be missed for sure.
Big time.
Mr. Clark, you'll have a lot of time now, so you can stop by the church and play that organ. Anytime you get ready, just let me know.
And I appreciate that because I do know I'll have extra time and there will be some boredom, so I'll give you a call, Councilman Green.
Just go up there and start spending some time in Northern Claiborne Parish. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. Northern Claiborne Parish is even more depressing than
Let that be put on the record.
Yeah.
Will I
scratch
see, will I see you tonight, this evening?
Ma'am.
Will I see you at the MPP meeting this evening?
See,
Intro?
I won't be there, but
be there.
you'll have a planner there.
Well, I thought you was gonna be there for the big project.
That's again why I want them to come.
Okay.
Because when I'm gone, they will continue to have that knowledge and knowing exactly what's happening and being able to work with those developers in the event that it's approved, be able to explain to the MPC board to recommend to you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
for
getting
all you done.
old, Councilwoman Bowman, and
It's an early meeting, 5:30. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
You survived. Next item up is finance. The finance budget is essentially the same number as this year. It went up less than 1%.
People say you weren't even coming today.
A little bit of extra money we're going to need for property tax and tax sale software.
I'm just telling what the people say.
We do have something we want to tell you today that we have been hoping we would have different news on. We have yet to receive a tax roll for this year from the tax assessor.
A tax what?
We have not received the tax roll from the tax assessor yet, so we can't send bills yet. The goal was to send them the end of next week, but because Dr. Webb's office has not been able to provide us with the tax roll we can use yet, we will be late sending bills this year. And we're not happy with that. I mean, I'm not trying to throw Dr. Webb under the bus. It's a new office for her, and, I think they're doing some different software and a whole bunch of other things, but we need to tell you that we'll get it out as fast as we get the tax roll. We've had the Bossier roll for quite some time now. It's very frustrating. I mean, my wife owns a little property in DeSoto Parish. We got tax bills before November 1st started. And I don't understand why it's as hard as it is here. I mean, I know there's a lot more property, but it is uncomfortable to have to tell you for the second year in a row that we're going to have to extend the tax deadline simply because people aren't going to have enough time otherwise. But that is what it is. It has nothing to do with their budget or their ability. They'll turn it around fairly quickly as soon as we get a tax roll we can work with. But right
So
now,
what notices are we sending out?
Right.
I'm sorry?
What notices are we sending out?
Well, we're going to wait and see when we actually can get them out, and that will determine what we put on that notice as far as what the extended due date might be.
Has she given you an estimated date?
No, she
She
hasn't.
has not.
The last communication I had was that it was going in front of the commission for approval, and that's what they were waiting on.
That's Louisiana Tax Commission, not the Caddo Parish.
I was told yesterday by another taxing entity that, that she had called them and told them that they were ready, and they sent them down and there was a mistake and they had to redo everything. So I don't know, but they weren't able to get theirs out either, so.
Well, I mean, we're not going to be alone. Every taxing body
Yeah.
in Caddo Parish is going to have the same issue. But we wanted to let you know, when you saw me call Ms. Fowler up, I was asking, did we get them yesterday? 'Cause we
How often
had-
do you have contact with our office?
How often do
Yes.
I? Usually I try to contact her every week or so, and I communicate with her by email, and she responds to my emails.
But the last thing we've seen from her, because I've been copied on a bunch of those, is it went to the tax commission. And what you're saying is the tax commission may have not been able to accept it? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was told yesterday by parish political subdivision.
And they were up last Wednesday was when they were on the agenda.
Yeah.
But we're just letting you know, we're not pleased with it. We hope this is the last time it happens. But we will accommodate people once we know what the actual mail-out date is.
How does that hurt our operate? I mean, if, we're in the middle of November now, is it foreseeable that it could hurt us in operations at any point?
It shouldn't, we're not we're not one of those entities where all our revenue is property tax. So.
Yeah, we have sales tax.
It's not as big a deal as it might be for some of the other taxing bodies in the parish. It'll end up being booked as a receivable, so it doesn't change the year-end stuff.
Okay.
So, that all works out, but, we kind of had this problem last year. And, we made our way through it, but what it does mean is that our busy season in the tax office is not going to stop December 31st in the way that we would prefer it would do.
Right.
So on the notification, so you're just saying we're gonna wait until, I would just not like to wait so long that now we're sending out the notification when people have already expected.
Well,
something
I
to be-
suspect them that watch these on TV will be reporting it quite loudly by the time this day is over. That would be the goal.
Okay.
What we're trying to avoid, the reason we're trying to avoid giving you a date is, first of all, we don't know where we're going to get them. But second of all, we don't know what condition the roll is going to be in when we get it. Because we have things we have to do internally to make sure that it works in the billing system and all that stuff. So, until we know more or less when the bills are going to go out, the question becomes, do we tell people the deadline is now January 15th? Do we tell them now it's January 31st? A lot of that depends on, does the roll show up first of next week, or does it show up in December? We don't know the answer to that yet.
Okay, and we don't want to notify, we don't want to send two notifications
No.
out. One,
Right.
there's a possible delay, and two, while we don't know that exactly a date, we're just kind of letting you know that.
The notice
working
we would
on
be putting out now would be, if you are looking for your bill, we have not sent them out yet, and the reason for that is some issues with the tax roll prepared by the assessor.
Okay.
What
I
about,
think that would be cool.
What about a recapitulation? Do you get those as far as what,
That would be a Sheila question, I think.
when, has that already been sent to you?
No.
So you don't even have the recapitulation? Doesn't that usually come in June?
We, usually around that time, yes.
So we have no idea what our property taxes are gonna look like this year, realistically.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
It's an uncomfortable position to be
You
in,
can ask
but,
her.
you know, we're trying to,
You could ask.
we're
why
trying to work
did-
our
I
way
guess-
through it.
I'm sorry, I guess why didn't we get it? If that's a norm, and that kind of helps us, for lack of a better word, forecast.
As we're working through the, as all the
Sorry.
parishes were working through giving them the approved, millages, that's what they were waiting on to put everything together.
They got all that long
Yeah.
ago. I mean, that's not, the issue is that the roll is not prepared
yeah,
in a form that apparently can be electronically
Right.
used. You know, we got, as I say, the Bossier assessor sent us the roll, what, a month or so ago now? That would be when we
3
would
weeks ago.
expect to get ours, in order to send bills out when we'd like to send them, which is, you know, before Thanksgiving, and preferably a good bit before if we can. But that's not what's happening this year.
I got my Webster bills about a week ago.
Mary got her DeSoto bills end of October. I mean, and they're early always, but nonetheless, it points out that it can be done.
Sheila, tell us where we are with finance.
Okay, our budget, as Mr. Dark said, is pretty much a continuation, about 4.1 million. We have a total of 42 positions, and one of those are part-time. And the finance includes 4 divisions, which is finance administration, accounting, purchasing / procurement, and revenue.
So on here, you said sales tax increased.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We're projecting that sales tax will increase about 2% for next year, which is a little bit of discussion yesterday. And it has, we were at standstill this year, but it has gone up. So we feel that we're gonna end up pretty good for the end of the year. 5%? Yeah, for sales tax.
We're up 3.2% right now, and we're actually budgeting a little lower than that for this year, just to see what might happen in the last 3 months. But we're budgeting 2% up above that number for next year.
What are general alimony meals?
General alimony meal is the one that isn't dedicated to any particular person and that doesn't require a vote of the people to be levied. The state gives municipalities the authority to levy a general alimony tax as one of its property taxes, and then you can levy whatever you can get approved by the voters dedicated to various propositions. We have, about 6 of those, I think, plus the debt service millage.
So the general alimony meals is dedicated to what?
It's available for any general fund purpose.
And
General
so
expenses.
you said about 6? You said?
We have, I'll have to pull it out, but we have a whole series of smaller millages that have to be renewed every 5 to 10 years. And I think that's been done since, in the last few years. In fact, it was done, I believe, in '23. So there's a series of those, and they don't by any means cover the whole cost of anything they were done for. Some of them are, date back to the 1930s.
So where is, what is the dollar amount right now in
Hang
general?
on, I'm gonna get there.
Okay.
Trying to talk and look at the same time, and it wasn't. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dedicated millages. The general alimony millage brings in about 18 million. The dedicated ones bring in about 14 million between them.
Last year.
Then the debt service millage brings in about 20 on top of that.
What is special salary meals?
Again, it's one of those old ones that was passed years ago. And that was its purpose, and, you know, because it only brings in just under $2 million, we have no function now that covers exactly that, but at some point long ago when it was passed, it was designed to do something. I mean, there's one for police platoons to allow them to have had 3 instead of 2 at some point. There's a small one for, I believe, for spar millage. There's a whole series of little ones. Again, I think what we tried to tell people when it was up for ballot in 23 was these are all continuations of stuff that started out being levied long ago. And in order to increase the millage or to vote for others, it would require a vote of the people. The only one that doesn't require a vote of the people are the debt service millage and the general alimony millage.
So these are separate mills from the general alimony mills, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, they're all separate.
They go back into the general fund?
Yes.
Yes.
I have to come back to you, Ms. Sheila.
Okay.
Anybody have any questions?
We also, debt service falls under Ms. Fowler. It's a pretty easy one. It basically, the debt service budget covers all the bonds we currently have. You know, if you remember, we had an issue this year because we had not yet sold we sold some bonds during the year or right at the end of last year. So we had to add that during the year. Right now, the only way we would have to add is if we sold any other GO bonds in the first half of the year, which would be extraordinarily unlikely at this point. And we're still working the reserve on that fund down. So we are able to do more right now without changing the millage. There will come a point when we're down to a little over a year's worth of reserve, and at that point, it'll be time to make sure that revenue and debt service match up to each other, but that's not right now.
So on sales tax, Mr. Dart, are we at our max on sales tax if we were to go out for another tax?
You know, you asked me that earlier this week, and I hadn't had a chance to research it. I think we are, but I need to find out.
What about if it were a specialty type tax for just, I don't want, lack of a better word, sin tax for alcohol and tobacco and things like that? Would that fall into the same category?
Don't let me practice sales tax law. I'll
Vice
get you
tax.
the answer.
Okay. Okay. Well, vice tax. Yeah, vice tax.
Y'all done with finance?
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's Father Paul when I need to send tax?
Okay, next up is community development. Community development's budget is actually down
Will
quite a
you
bit.
mind?
But it's down quite a bit because the Choice Neighborhoods grant has essentially been expended, and that was about $5 million. The approach that Ms. Howard and her staff have taken this year is to try to remind us, in large part, that the administrative costs of community development are in large part actually paid by the general fund. They have some program money that is used for administrative, but about 2/3 of it is actually paid for through the general fund and a little bit through the Riverfront Fund. Their actual current year numbers are not all that large because a good bit of their money is carryover from prior years, but they get money essentially from community development block grant, from the home grants, from the emergency, what used to be called emergency shelter grants. They have a different name now, but and a little bit from Louisiana Workforce Commission. That's their main sources of funding for actual program work. And you know, as you all know, those numbers have gotten smaller every year. I mean, I can remember a time when the CDBG entitlement alone was double what it is now. And there's no real reason to believe those numbers are going up anytime soon, and they may go down. This is the one place where there's an editorial comment on the slide when it says unfunded needs. Frankly, they're limitless. If the CDBG entitlement was $20 million, we'd find good places to spend it, but it's not. And so that's where we are. They're doing some major reorganizations in community development because the organizational size did not really match the smaller numbers we've been getting, and we're trying to shrink that down in order to make sure it does begin to match. We've been trying to do that as humanely as possible. There's some folks who are not going to be here, and we're trying to make sure that those folks are provided pathways out if they wish to take them. So with that, I'll turn it to Ms. Howard.
So you're saying you're gonna lay off some people?
Where are we exactly on that? Because we've been talking about reducing slowly and
Sure.
trying to make it work.
Yes, sir. Good morning. When I started in April, we had total staffing of 33. As of today, we have 30. We have a temporary employee that we released her temporary contract. We had a resignation, and we had one employee to move. We expect that 30 number to go down to about 24. And of that 24, we have 2 people who are slated for retirement. We have 2 who are leaving because the Choice Neighborhood Grant ended. And so we will have 3 people that will work with other departments to place in other departments. So the net is really 3.
And we've had reasonable success with doing that, given the kind of notice we've got. We'll keep you advised if there's anybody who actually gets told to go home, but the intention is not to do that.
You all have any questions? Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Okay,
Thank
you're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Oh, she's getting her stuff, okay.
Exactly.
Hiding behind the deal.
Tell her to hustle up, Brandon.
Yeah, exactly. It's like pushing around a little cart.
Yeah, use this as a time to stand up if any.
Gary, would you like breakfast? Some over there. Got plenty of breakfast over there. Galoshes and all. We can get them. We can put them in the microwave for you if you like. Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a microwave.
Yeah, we got a microwave.
You got a microwave back here? I've seen it.
Yeah.
There you are. About ready to email you.
Mr. Dark, we're gonna come back and revisit community development because
I'm sorry?
on the breakdown of this budget,
Yes, ma'am?
I wanna see some more numbers, the way other descriptors are given of that we see.
Okay.
So we're gonna come back to that one,
All right.
Which budget is that?
community development.
Oh, okay.
We struggle with how to present that one because it's probably the most complicated budget
Yeah, It's not as,
department we have.
it's not as clear as the rest of the budgets that have been presented.
We will try to see what we can get for you. Okay, SPAR's up. Their budget is essentially unchanged from the current year. They have done something that some departments have also done. They had a number of unfunded positions in their budget, which we're basically just admitting aren't ever going to be filled, so we're moving them off the roster. They get some breaks this year because with any luck at all, they won't be maintaining 401 Texas, and they won't be maintaining Stageworks. They also are not going to have nearly the expense that they have had, again, the same way IT did, dealing with the temporary police substations and even the permanent ones. There'll be some new expenses with the permanent ones simply because once they open, somebody's going to have to maintain, do janitorial service and stuff like that. But they also won't be maintaining 1, 2, 3, 4 Texas. So although it stands still, they do get a little bit of a break on some of the things that we're trying to do.
We think.
You're up.
Good morning. As Mr.
They're
Dark
eating,
said.
so just-
Hey, Shelley.
Good morning.
It's okay.
Oh,
We over here having a drink of
I
orange
see that
juice.
orange juice. I'm not seeing what else, but just the orange juice. I know that y'all all know Charles Hines, but he's here
You don't
this.
know him.
I know.
They got to break him in a couple of council meetings.
I know. I heard he did a really great job. I told him, I said, I really try never to leave a council meeting with, I didn't have anything on the agenda, but y'all broke him right in, so thank you. I know he did a great job. Well, we're here today to present our budget, and as Mr. Dark said, the majority of it is basically the same as we've had this year. We are beginning to see how next year will fall out with, we will have 3 new substations next year. We have several temporary ones, and trying to figure out how we move housekeeping staff, our mowing. A lot of those things will change. We're still mowing it. We'll still have to keep up the grounds at 1, 2, 3, 4 Texas because of the courts and that building, but we're working our way through how we're going to maintain all these new facilities too. So really busy. This year has been very busy with the substation move, the bidding of the new police station. So those have been busy times, like in our planning department and our administrative area. We've had a great year back at rec centers. I think our rec centers are back to their capacity. We, after COVID, really took a long time for things to pick back up, but our senior programming is an all-time high. Our senior citizens, our after-school programs, the majority of those are full. As you all know, we do camps throughout the year. When children are out of school, we try to be ready and programmed. Our athletics programming has picked up. So we have a lot going on at SPARS, and so I'm here to answer any questions you might have. And also we can discuss golf and our capital budget too, if you have any questions on either one.
Shelley did mention the new police headquarters. That actually has a bid date of December the 11th.
Okay. Shelley, would you tell Councilman Green what's happening today at 3 o'clock?
We have a ribbon cutting on a beautiful new park at CC Antoine and a renovation there that we're really excited about. We've had a lot of great things happen this year, and as we head into the new year, we'll have
No,
more
I
to
just
come.
want you to tell him about what today.
And it's in District A. She wanted me to be
I
sure
just
and
want
say
you to
that. So we're excited about that. It's really different than anywhere else in the city, and we've all gone out there and looked down that slide. Nobody on the staff yet has been brave enough to take it, so maybe today, Councilman Green, if you're not busy, you could be the first.
Shelley,
Don't worry about Councilman Jackson, he'll be there too.
Okay.
Shelley, would
Yeah.
you tell them about the big screen TV that we have at Airport Park?
The largest television in the whole city is Airport Park, and we've had a great time with that television. It's 9
Shelley,
feet.
would you tell him about the water parks in A and G?
But see, he's going to tell you that he's about to get one too.
Tell him ours will be open first.
Those slides are coming in soon to those 2 areas. I don't know if you've been by them lately. We've been trying to keep some things on social media. One of the biggest things that we're proud of, I'm not going to say whose district, but is our Be Kind sign.
Oh, it
if you
is-
have
it
not
is
seen
so-
it, it really
You haven't
is.
gone by there to see that. That is absolutely amazing.
And
Y'all making me jealous. I don't have a park.
You live in it.
I got you.
Don't be trying to ruin
we're
our
trying to
moment.
work on,
Don't be
we're trying to
ruin our
work on
moment.
something. Councilman
Don't-
Talaferro, of course, this year with the AC Steer, our new,
About no
I don't know if you've been out to look at Southern Hills new parking lot. That's something that people have been honest about for years. So we've got a lot of
I
good
don't think
things
I heard
going
you.
on.
Can you say that part again?
What is it?
The
Southern
Southern
Hills
Hills
Park.
parking lot is
Trying to wonder
New
what-
parking lot, pothole free.
Oh,
You can do donuts,
Yeah.
everything.
the boat
Please
launch
come.
this year. We've had the boat launch and the redo of the boat launch.
tell them about the boat lunch, Shelley.
Beautiful.
You can ride
know.
over there and won't get whiplash.
Yes, and all the bumpers are up and the AD, making it easier to get on and off your boat. All of those things are installed. The Be Kind, though, I want to go back to
Yeah,
that.
it is nice. Did you get my picture?
Yes, I got your picture, and I don't know, yesterday a man went out, it was his 60th birthday, I think, and that's where he wanted his birthday picture to be made, was there, because he wants to be the eye in kind. And that really was the point.
It's nice.
It really goes all the way back to former Councilwoman Bowman, because, you know, she used to say, you need to be kind. She looked at me over those glasses. And so that Be Kind in a time where we're not always kind to one another, it's really been important for us to get it out there. We didn't have any idea that it would be as popular as it is. We are glad that people want to be kind. And we're looking at those kind of installations in all of our parks, not necessarily the letters, but something that makes your park stand out. We've done a lot of, you know, basketball courts. Hattie Perry has their basketball court painted. We have some others, but things that make your park unique. And we were just thrilled that people took the time to go out and have their picture made and send those in to us. So that was a lot of fun.
Sheila, do we have anything planned to do a ribbon cutting at the multi-purpose field at Airport Park?
Yes, I think we wanted to get the grass grown in some.
Okay.
So that we can do that, yes.
So that's a no.
We'll also have Dix to come as well.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So that's a no.
One other
It's a
item
no.
that
I do have a question for you, Mr. Dark, though.
Sure.
The savings we're anticipating from Millennium Studios and Stageworks, are those funds going to stay with SPAR? Have we developed a plan
We
for
have
those
tried to
savings?
leave SPAR's budget as close to a loan as we could. We added some money a year or two ago to try to give them some more money for the kind of big projects that seem to come up and bite us. We tried to leave that alone as much as we can. One thing we did take out, that their budget doesn't have as much money for things like electricity anymore because we won't be paying as much there. But we're trying to keep them as whole as we can because they got a big job and we got to keep our buildings up.
Madam Chair. Shelley, we've talked about security at the parks and, you know, my park ranger deal that I've proposed several times. How are things going with security at the parks? Better?
Well, I think if I said they're great, there could be some people that would say, look what happened at Ford Park, look what happened at AB Park. I mean, we could go on and on. I don't want to, you know, by any means be offensive to people that may have suffered a tragedy at one of our parks. We have been very proactive in cameras. SPAR has, and I brought that so you would know, we spent last year, I was going to tell y'all that number, because I don't want to misquote how many we have. We have 439 cameras throughout our park system. That's a lot of cameras, all tied to the RTC. We spent well over $500,000 out of our budget to do that. That did not come from anywhere else but our budget. And we are now spending about 65 to 75 maintaining those cameras. But it became important not only for people to feel safe. One of the places that we did it immediately after an incident was Cargill. I know some of you were contacted. Cargill had a problem. There was a man out there. You know, there's so many children out there during soccer and softball and all the things that go on out there, but parents were really nervous. He was driving around and approached a couple of kids, and we increased the cameras because we want to know what's happening there. So we have taken a very proactive approach to our safety in our parks and cameras, technology. We rent extra trailers, the trailers that y'all talk about with the police department. We'll use those this year on the riverfront. We'll use it out here during the holidays to protect our Christmas ornaments, which seem crazy that you have to do that, but you do. Those are all geo-fenced, and somebody monitors those so that if someone touches something or does something, they can either alert the police or they can actually talk out loud to the people. We use that here, and we'll use that on the riverfront. We'll rent at Independence Stadium starting December 1st, 3 of those for Independence Stadium because vandalism there, and especially as we move into preparing for the Independence Bowl, we just want to have extra eyes there. So we'll rent 3 additional cameras for that area. So, you know, we take security pretty seriously at all our parks. Some of our parks actually have off-duty police officers there at certain times. We don't have a single event in our park, not a basketball game, a football game, or anything where we don't have security, police. We hire back police. We also do that for swimming pools, everything else we do. So we take trying to keep our parks secure very seriously.
I know, I didn't want to get into the issues that we've had. A lot of mine was just, I know we'd had a lot of vandalism, and it was costing you a tremendous amount of money over the last couple of years just to take care of the vandalism issue with it. So the cameras are helping with that, though.
Cameras are helping. We had an incident at Greenwood Cemetery, but unfortunately the driver didn't have insurance. Sometimes you are able to use your technology to figure out what happened, but then they hit the sign. It's going to cost us a tremendous amount of money to fix it, but they were an uninsured motorist. So, at least we know who did it, I guess, if we wanted to pursue. But if they don't have insurance, they're probably not going to pay us back. So anyway, so there's things like that. But we're continuing to try to take, like I said, we take the safety in our parks. And, I've said this over to city attorneys in the past and continue to say it, like, fines ought to be more if it happens in a park, because that's where, as communities, you should feel comfortable going and enjoying time with your family and friends. So.
Okay, thank you, Shelley.
Mr. Hines eloquently explained what constitutes an event, and that's pretty much anything that has been advertised. I just want to make sure that we're getting the word out there. We have a lot of people that have a large Instagram, Facebook following, and they can just say, look, meet us at Ford Park, and we can end up having 1,000 people just like that. So I just want to make sure that we have a plan for monitoring large gatherings that may not have been permitted or just went through your office. Just people just showed up, family reunions, just different things like that. Because we see a lot of violence happen when we get a lot of people together in a small area.
Right. Well, there's a couple of things happening in the new year. We're headed to a new electronic application system that actually is online, that you do online. People will be accessing that for their spot for Mardi Gras, so there'll be this big group of people who get Mardi Gras spots. They'll be using that for the first time. So I think some of that, I think the more that we're out there, we've talked about it on our staff, like how do we prepare for holidays? That first one, the first test for us really usually is that Easter time, weekend, spring break, Easter, because children are out of school. It's your first kind of warm time. How do we be prepared? How are we going to be prepared for events like that? The more that the police shut down events, that word gets out too. So if you don't have a permit, they need to be closed. And that's hard. That's hard for the police department to do. We talked about as we were starting to work on our new policies and procedures. We've been reaching out, looking at other cities, Tyler, Waco, what's Lafayette doing? People that are similar in our size. So, best practices other places. Should there be a fine if you have an event without a permit? That would have to come to y'all. And they, it couldn't be exorbitant, but maybe that is what you do. I mean, these food trucks, I heard y'all talking about those. All of those violations, just because we shut you down for one weekend doesn't mean you're not back the next weekend. Or doesn't mean you're not putting out on Facebook, meet us here or meet us there. So what do you do to deter that? And we talk about it. We've been talking about it. Permit application fees, that might be, we don't charge you to close a street. We don't charge you to apply for a permit. All of that is, comes at no cost to an organizer. So should we be looking at implementing more charges for certain things? But would then that deter people from getting a permit because they don't want to pay? So we really have to balance all of that out. But maybe a fine if you don't have a permit might be a better answer.
Thank you, Ms. Rago. Did you get the correspondence about the problems at Bill Cockrell?
Yes.
Okay.
I got 2 or 3 things there. So the gym floor screening is coming up.
Okay.
We begin after we get through with these camps, summer and that first fall camp. We'll start screening gym floors. It's going to be the first one we do. Okay. And then we do about 3, and then we do 3 more and 3 more till into next year. And then we get to summer, and we go through summer, and then we start over. We rescreen floors on an annual basis.
Okay. We have
the other thing is the parking lot that Those plans are complete, and we're about to get that out for bid, that additional parking lot they've been wanting. We're doing inventory of all the tables and chairs, I know that was on their list, and the weight equipment.
Right, and and have a couple of TVs that are out. And
Councilman
some-
Green said they could have some, but they just couldn't be as big as.
Okay, and then some of the lights in the area with it getting dark quick now, daylight saving time, a lot of those lights are out right now. It's really, really dark.
Is it the parking lot?
I'll be there this evening at 5:30, so.
Okay, we'll make
I
sure.
think it's the parking lot, but I'll check this evening.
Because we got the timer straight on the walking trail,
Okay,
so that's on early enough, but yes, I'll have somebody go out
okay,
and
so
make
I'll
sure.
send you a text once I go this evening.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you.
that.
Councilman Green?
Shelley, how do we, can y'all do a study on how do we have Sunday park hangout safe? There are a lot of kids in my district who say something like, in the old days, they could go to the park on Saturday, could go on Sunday, and they would be safe, of course. During this time, you know, I guess they send flyers out, they're gonna be at wherever. So we have to shut the park down because people don't feel safe. So how can we have a Sunday hangout park safe? How can we do that? Can you get, like Mr. Clark has some planners who plan and whatever to go out to do the research? Can we get somebody to study as to what is it we can do not to deprive kids on weekends from going to parks? So how do we, can you look into that?
Sure, we will look into that.
And to piggyback off Councilman Green, we hear that a lot, that crime is attributed to our kids having nothing to do. But, you know, we know that SPAR does a lot for kids. And so, Mr. Mayor, if she's able to prepare something maybe for our next meeting, just to kind of highlight all the things that kids are able to do with our SPAR facilities.
Right.
Thank you.
And of course, I don't want to put a burden on your staff on weekends, but, you know, it's kind of sad to pass a park on a Sunday and we got all of it locked down, but it's because of some things that have happened. But I just think that we ought to be able to do something to give them something to do so that they won't be in the street or so they won't be committing violent acts or whatever. I think as you all have created an atmosphere as to have fun at the park, I think that we can recreate that again.
Madam Chair. Hi, Shelley. You said we're going to rent 3 surveillance trailers for Independence Stadium?
Then we're gonna, yes.
We're going to rent them year-round?
We'll rent these just for the month of December.
Okay.
So we already have a large amount of cameras, but these will be specifically on certain things. For instance, our ESPN feed. We're gonna make sure we can view that. There's a lot of valuable minerals, copper in that area, and we wanna make sure that that doesn't get tampered with before the game. We put one up specifically to monitor that area. There's some areas where we're bringing in, like the commissary where they bring a lot of things in. We want to make sure you're being able to see that so that it doesn't get broken into and vandalized. I think I spoke to y'all about the vandalism out there, and you know, you find that some of it are young teenagers and they're breaking and stealing Cokes and cheese for nachos, things like that. So we would just want to make sure as you're preparing for something like the Independence Bowl that we have some extra cameras on that. And they're monitored, you know, full time during that time.
What do they rent for?
Excuse me?
Do you know how much they cost?
I think we'll end up for those 3 about $2,400 for the month.
Or per trailer?
No, total.
Total, okay, thank you.
I do want to take a chance, while Shelley's up here, you know, we've talked about success stories, and one of them that's under her is the golf program. We were very fortunate to have a 100-year anniversary of the Corby's facility this year, which Shelley and her folks did a really good job of promoting. We've been very fortunate. We've picked up a lot of play because East Ridge was closed. I think they're finally back open, but we introduced some folks who hadn't been to Corby's in a long time. But the fund's in good shape. They're looking at trying to see how much they can siphon off from their reserves to do some capital work out there. Those are things you might see during the year upcoming. The most likely one is a maintenance facility out at Querbees, because the one we have is pretty decrepit. But again, it's a real success. They've done very well. There was a time the golf fund had to take a lot of money from the general fund to survive, and that is no longer true. They have a good surplus, but they also have a good reputation. They're doing stuff that, as a golfer, that sometimes is inconvenient, but they're not going to let people play if the course is too wet. Where years ago, if it wasn't storming, you just walked out there. They're trying to protect the assets they have. They've got people that know what they're doing out there, and we're trying to do a good job there.
And I'll say this about the Golf Enterprise Fund, it is doing well, and, we will be coming back for a project of some sort, but it's not only going to be at Corby's, it's also going to be at Huntington. There's some existing facilities there that we'd like to do some updates. We've done, if you haven't seen hole 4 in a long time, the tee on number 4, you can ask somebody that you know about it. It looks beautiful, and it's because we did a lot of tree work out there, and we just built a new starter shack at Huntington. The difference in golf today than it used to be is there was a time where Huntington was having to carry Querbees, and then we got to where Querbees was carrying Huntington. They're all carrying themselves now. And our memberships, help to sustain us all year, but our daily play at both courses is up. The pros out there do a great job. Our maintenance staff is doing a good job. We're doing some work on all the ponds at Huntington, which has been something that we've been asked about. Thank goodness Jarvis is coming out next week in engineering, because people don't realize some of the ponds that are on Huntington are actually part of our overall drainage system for the city and for that neighborhood. So we hope that we've already started some repairs out there to work on that drainage. They're going to come out and make sure, engineering-wise, we're not doing anything to be adverse to the drainage. But a lot of work going on at the golf courses, and the goal is to keep them up and operating and generating their own revenue so we don't have to be dependent on the general fund. When I first became the director at SPAR, I think we were getting a little over $300,000 from the general fund, and now we're paying the general fund a little bit of money. So
I like the improvements at the golf course. My only concern is if they are following the city ordinance when it comes to cash and receiving cash payments.
we
for
have
those
a
that
way
want-
to take cash.
Yes.
We try to take, but if a customer says, I do not have a credit card, we have a way to do cash.
Yeah, I think that needs to be articulated
Okay.
to the golf courses for sure. So they will receive that if that customer doesn't have that and want to pay it that way.
Yes. I will make sure.
And just to point out something as well, Shelley has a lot of capital projects under her. You're going to see a good bit of work in the next year or so from the 2 pools that are on the front end are going to be, I believe, open for next summer. The splash pad out at Billberry will be open. We should have a site at some point fairly soon for Fire Station 12 relocation. Chief Reese is working on that. The substations will be done. The new Fire Station 15 that we just broke ground on will be done at some point next year. There's a lot going on. They do an awful lot of work with a fairly small staff on all that, but I think you're going to see a good bit of progress on a number of their projects.
And 20 is moving along really well, too. So I know that was slow going, but we're there. So
Shirley, my constituent said at David Rains that they need their chairs with the cushion in them.
Okay.
That's the chair.
Is that for our senior program?
Yes.
Okay.
They need their chairs with the cushion. Please get them their chairs to the cushion because they shaking. They say they have a little bit more hips than some of us. So,
I will.
can you please order their chairs with the cushion, please?
I have one more thing, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Shelley, my 9-year-old granddaughter, said,
Yes.
tell that lady thank you for the AstroTurf at AC Steer Park.
Okay.
That lady is you.
Thank you.
So it looks great.
Thank you. Thanks. I said the hardest constituents to please are
Kids.
under 10.
Yeah.
So thank you. I know we've had several of you, but when they're happy, we're happy.
Shirley,
Yeah.
Shirley, just a
sir.
word of Ben Pettit, the substation that's being built on North Mark, make sure the floors are not the same color, mine.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we don't want to be identical.
Uh-oh.
We're pretty standalone in the A, we're not.
I may have to get on that. It may already be
What
ordered. So
somebody
maybe
else
in
has
color.
What color are your floors?
over there. Maybe not sure I would stand out.
What?
The substation, you been inside of it?
You know, you didn't come. We was
No, we're outside under a tent.
I have a glowing
You
light.
didn't make it.
I know I didn't make it.
So you don't know what color the floors
I
are.
guess I'll go look.
One other item while y'all got her, Billy really isn't in charge of this, but it got put under her for this. The little budget for the downtown entertainment TIF is really kind of a placeholder right now because it's for the TIF that exists or existed prior to all this. Projecting revenue for that is an adventure. It's never a big number, but we have some expenses we have to try to keep doing every year, even if it runs a little deficit, because we've got to pay the property taxes on some of the lease space. And when we have events and things where there's a cleanup project that has to be done down there, or cameras or whatever, that comes, Shelley doesn't have to pay that directly out of her budget. We pay it out of that fund. You'll probably see a difference in this at some point once the big TIF gets put together, but right now this is what we got.
And I'll say this about the Red River District. We're getting ready in about a month to open a new restaurant will open.
Right.
Red River Social. If you haven't, I'll send out there to
It's
all of
pretty.
you their menu. It's really good.
Really nice.
I can't wait to see them open. We have a prospective tenant for Cohab. We're working on trying to negotiate a lease because of all the lease improvements they want to do in Cohab. So there may be, if you remember, Nikki's does not have an air conditioning unit in it. So if we want to have that last lease space leasable, we're going to have to come back to do that. We've just gotten the quotes in on that, so we'll be coming back to you if we need to, if we have another tenant for it. But the person who wants, Cohab originally wanted Nikki's, and then he looked at Cohab and said, no, this is fine. And we're trying to work on, he's projecting he's going to spend anywhere between $150 and $200 to get that space. So, and it's sports bar type. So, yeah,
It's only money.
You know what it's gonna be, type of business?
sports bar type restaurant, sports bar. Yeah. So, things are looking up down there with tenants, and so we're excited.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Shelley.
Yeah.
And thank you, Charles. Should make you talk this time. Next up is water and sewer. Water and sewer budget's a little over $178 million for next year, which is up about 5%. Essentially, it is continuing operations where we are. We're getting a little additional revenue because as the AMI meter project continues to roll out, some of the old meters ran slow, so we're getting a little bit additional revenue. That project's about 60% done right now. I think the last I heard was they thought they would get all the AMI meters in by sometime mid-year next year. The most significant thing we've done in his budget for next year is that some of the on-demand maintenance and some of the administrative support part of what we pay Burns and McDonnell had been paid out of capital projects because at the time of the consent decree, that's what most of that was tied to. We are trying to move some of the administrative, not the program management, but the administrative stuff and the heavy maintenance work that is done on demand into their budget itself, because that's where it belongs. Because what was happening is that we would have a big capital project, and it would be reduced every year because of that money we were paying there. And we're able to do that without raising rates right now, again, because of the impact of the AMI meters kicking up revenue a little bit. I mean, it's uneven, it's not going to be the same for everybody, but there is an impact there. And as we get further along, that's what we'll be doing. They have a $25 million item for the rate stabilization account to help us meet the bond coverage requirement, and they have about $30 million in reserves. Clearly, again, theirs is the kind where there are plenty of needs that are not in the operating budget. We'll be trying to deal with them in capital. A lot of that is awaiting some decisions at the federal level on whether we can pick up the $52 million in WIFIA loan, and obviously what happens to the consent decree, which we're hopeful we'll get a resolution on within the next year. You're up.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As Mr. Dark said, we have made some changes on the way we operate with Burns and McDonnell, and also our on demand. We moved that, as he said, into the operating. AMI meters, we currently have about approximately 51,000 in the ground. Of course, we have to get to 75,000. And we are seeing a slight increase depending on how old your meter was prior. Those older meters were mechanical, and as they get older, they lose efficiency. And these new meters are extremely accurate. We have a big year next year. A lot of things are bidding out. A lot of things will go into the A&E committee by the end of this year. So next year is going to be very busy for water and sewer. A lot of projects. Southeast Tower, to have a location picked by the end of December for that location. So that's exciting news for your area.
Any idea where it's going?
Not yet. We're working on a lot of the pressure issues. I wanted to mention while we were here is we've seen an improvement on some things we've done, and the study's wrapping up with the data loggers we put in. And so we should have all that data, and that will help drive that location as well. And so we want to be very specific in how we pick that. On top of that, we have a lot of wastewater projects going on at the wastewater plants, specifically North Regional screw pumps and our effluent pumps, which pump the water out of the plant to discharge. And the screw pumps are what bring it in to treat it. And then we have some projects going on at the wastewater plant, Lucas, and then also Amos. We've got a lot of things going on next year. A lot of projects, a lot of bond projects. So 2026 is going to be very busy for water and sewer.
One of the things that Brandon and I talked about this week that might be also interesting to you, we have a sludge disposal site down toward Frierson, down Highway 1, that has been in operation, 30 or 40 years probably by now.
Since the
And
80s.
That equipment is all worn out.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all funded last year a project actually out of their revenue to do a great deal of work out there. But one of the things they're looking at that I think is going to be an interesting, different way to do it is they're likely to end up abandoning that site and move into an area down on the plant property where they won't have to pipeline it all down. They think it'll save them some money. We're still not completely fleshed out on that, but that is another big project you have funded. You've also funded work on their SCADA system. That's basically the instrumentation that helps tie in all the plants. That system is quite elderly right now. We're going to be able to use the new one better because it will be more secure. We'll be able to we won't have the firewall issues that we have right now, where we're a little bit concerned about letting too many folks have access to that one. But that's also funded. So those are things they're going to be doing. We're looking at trying to find a different way to do the Southern Hills Interceptor, where we don't have to dig 30 or 40 feet down in the ground. We're looking at some ways to do that will help us stay within the budget, be a little less intrusive to the neighborhood, still get the work done. They're doing a bunch of work at lift stations. We have a lot to do there, but they have begun the process of getting some of that started.
That's actually bidding right now. Package.
There's just a lot of that kind of stuff going on. And some of it the pace of some of the rest of it will depend on that WIFIA loan that we hope to get next year. Because if we do, that's $50-something million, and we have to match it 48.52, I think. And so we will be using some of the bond money that we have as match to that. It won't change the fact that the projects get done. It just may change the funding source and let us do some more stuff. So that will matter. What will also matter is, depending on how the consent decree stuff works out, it may change some of the kind of work that we will do immediately going forward. Because if we get what we have in mind, the scope of some of the consent decree work will change to some of the things that cause bigger problems as opposed to trying to solve every little tiny one. There will come a point, depending on when all these grants happen, that we will be back to you with some sort of utility revenue bond issue. It's probably not next year, but it's not likely to be too much longer than that, depending again on how the consent decree stuff turns out and whether or not we get the WIFIA money and all those things. That will come at whatever point it comes. But at some point, they're going to need new capital money to implement whatever is decided in the consent decree. What we are trying to do in some of those negotiations is to point out to the feds that it is not just our sewer system that needs work, it is our water system that needs work. And if we have to tie all our capital capacity up in sewer work, we don't get to do some of the stuff in the water world that we need to do. So that's kind of where they are. They're in a good spot right now, I think, as far as the negotiations, but still got to get it over the finish line.
Brandon,
Yes, sir.
what about the Wallace lift station down there? I know y'all worked on it. It's
Still a lot of work to be done there, and that's part of some of the stuff that's going to be bidding out in 2026 as well.
they have temporary pumps down there right now.
Well, that's part of the force main area, and they're working on. They actually just put in a temporary lift station there, so we could remove a lot of the bypass pumps, and that's at Kingston and Williamson Way, and Dr. Jackson's district right there. And so we're making headway. That's just a big project. There's a lot of moving pieces there. You know, that's a big force main, a lot of old line there, but we are making a lot of headway there.
And then the port tower, is it full?
No, it'll go online at the end of this year. Is that right, Chris? At the end of December? They're almost finished with it. There's some piping work and some valving that has to be done at the base.
And that should help with pressure in Southeast Shreveport. Okay.
And then one more thing for Councilman Green on the Browning Street. The design is completed there, and we're getting pricing right now. So Jarvis and I and our teams are working together. So hopefully we'll be starting on that and completing in that next year. You're welcome.
Madam Chair. Brandon, you said we have 51,000 of the new meters already installed.
It's a little under, but it's approximately 51. Yes, sir.
How many meters do we have total in the city?
51,000 installed. And then
I know, but
we
I
have to
mean-
get to 75,000.
75,000, okay.
Give or take.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
So I think from the constituent standpoint of what we look at is that it is difficult with whatever improvements that we're making, what they see.
Mm-hmm.
And so the perception in the community is that we don't have clean water.
Right.
That's the perception in the community. And it's not that you're not working towards getting clean water, because we have to look at the infrastructure issues and all of those things and what has to be a priority. But I think that the messaging and everything is going to have to be different for you to be able to convince the community that our water is safe.
I agree.
And so even with the installation of the new meters, there's still some issues that are coming into play with some of our constituents. And so there has to be a revamp in there for them to be able to trust. Because anytime that we say the water's like, the water's still brown.
Yeah.
The water's still this. The water still don't taste good. And so I don't know how we make that good, that we got to change the messaging.
The public
and what our
relations side
water-
of that.
Yeah.
Mhm. I agree.
It has to be. Because it's going to be difficult to sell anything without water if the perception is still that it's not clear.
Right.
And I said, so whatever improvements that we're making to our water system, I think that they have to be vocalized. And I think they have to
agree.
be vocalized in a way that we take ownership of what it is that has happened. It's like you scream with brown water, and these are the things that we're doing to clear that up. And I think it has to be consistent messaging, to the public that improvements are being made. Even if you think that it's minute, it still makes the difference, because that's a tough role for us to get over, seriously. And so we know good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. When the city takes accountability for whatever it is in whatever area that we're deficit, and not just going and say, well, that's y'all, let's doing this right here. When we take the accountability for what is there and talk about how we're improving on that, then I think that messaging has to be there. Because right now, our constituents, like, and we know that you're making improvements.
Right.
But that messaging has to be there of what it is that what we're doing.
I'll tell you some things we are working on. Drayden Dunn with the program team, they a couple months ago, and I got with Drayden, after we've talked about this, we're putting together a video, and this video is from the employee's perspective of what all goes into not only treating the water, how we analyze the water to show the safety and the quality of the water. A lot of what we're getting, especially on social media, that could be a curse and a blessing. But a lot of what we see is people saying brown water. And when my media team reaches out to them privately, hey, you know, I'm sorry you're having this issue. Let us know. And then most of the time we don't even get a response back. Or, oh, well, that was months ago. So I do agree with you on that messaging. And that's what Lyman and Drayden, we've been working with. And we're revamping our website as well, because we want that to be the forefront of the landing page of what we're doing. And putting out that information as well with some of these projects. And with next year being a busy year, it's going to be a perfect opportunity to put that in play as you're talking about, because I completely agree with you. Ownership and perception. And when I go speak at different community meetings that y'all invite us to, that's one of the things I say. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to fix it overnight. I want to manage expectations. But my message always is the water is safe. It always has been. If it wasn't, you know, LDH would come in and give us a lot of fines. So we do have to work on that messaging, and I agree with you.
You could say LDH, but they're not going to know what that is.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? And so everything has to be literally in simplistic terms of what it is that we're doing to correct where we are. You know, like, okay, so we have water mains that have erupted this morning.
Yes.
You know, so somebody tried to see that. I'm just telling y'all that this water is such and such and such, and this is what's going on. But you're still raising our water bill. That's why you can't put anything on the water bill at this time, because no matter what it is,
quality water.
Correct. It has to be that, even where our businesses and everything else feel safe enough to utilize our water. And so we have to come back and look at that messaging. And so many times when there is an error, we hate to say, okay, we were wrong or we messed up or whatever the case may be. But for our public that pays their bill, you know, every month, this is the expectation that they have. And when you acknowledge what it is that they're seeing or what it is that they're feeling and say, hey, because you brought this up, this is what we're doing. Because you brought it up.
Right.
You know? And so those are the things that we want to look at the cost of what these things are, because water is life. Water is necessary. It is necessary for us to live. And so that has to be a message that we put out there to let them know how serious we are about our water.
Absolutely. And we have an extremely talented, and you guys know that team, and that works so hard on
I have
this.
no doubt about your team.
And
Your
that's what
team
we
is
try to
A1.
message.
I don't have any problems with your team. Your team is A1.
Yeah, they are. They're great.
What concerns me is our messaging and how we're getting across what the team is doing. Those things are important, you know, to us, to make sure that when we meet with our constituents, and they're like, don't tell me about this water bill. See, I just told you this, right? And see, we deal with those. We deal with the messaging from our constituents. And so the next person they're going to blame is the council. It's your fault because I got this water, you know?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
it's not going to matter the procedure of what they look at. All they want is clean water.
And to know that
And
we're
that-
doing
and we're-
what we're
and-
doing about it.
correct.
Absolutely.
And so consistent messages, just like they say stuff repeatedly on social media, we can say stuff repeatedly on social media as well.
Yeah.
That these are the things that we're doing to spread that word. And sometimes it may just even mean with you navigating with real citizens, so they will be able to see and they become a part of your marketing piece when it comes to that. Because nobody relates to what's going on in the city better than the people who reside in the city, who've been affected, and then can speak to what's positive about it.
Right.
I'm not telling you how to market, but I'm just telling you that's your best source.
Yes, I agree.
Is engaging your public for sure.
See, I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
I think that they're a little bit at a disadvantage when it comes to all the bond issues and things that we've passed, because you can see the substations going up. You
Right.
can see the new fire trucks. You can see all this different stuff. But
Correct.
what you do is somewhat behind the
On the
scenes.
scenes,
A lot of it.
underground.
Yes, sir.
And I agree 100% because, you know, the one comment I get from the majority of my constituents is about water and sewage and then about public safety.
Right.
You know, streets used to be a big deal, but I think people have realized, no offense to Public Works or anything, but people can drive on a gravel road.
Right,
But if you don't feel safe
right.
with a good police department, a good fire department, and you don't have good drinking water, those are the two things. And I would say at least once a week or once every 2 weeks, somebody comes up to me and asks what's the deal with the water,
Right.
especially in Southeast Shreveport. And I can tell them myself, but I'm not quite sure they trust us to a certain
Right.
extent. And we are, Chairwoman Taylor, we are the first line of communications. There's about 5 or 6 people that have to go through to get to the mayor or to you or whatever. We are our own receptionist.
Correct.
And we are the ones that get the majority of it because all you got to do is Google my name and I own a business and I'm going to answer the phone.
Right.
And I'm the one answering it. So we get a lot of complaints. And I do think that that's one thing that y'all are lacking in. And it's not because I just don't know if y'all realize what the perception is out in the public as much as we do. And I do think that y'all are doing wonderful work. Things are looking better. And I tell people that all the time. But when you go to do that site selection for that new water tower, that needs to be as big as when we broke ground for the broke ground for the police substation.
And we plan on that. We plan on that, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Sneed. I agree
welcome.
with Councilwoman Taylor. Perception is real as far as the water. When you put the little notices out about you have a new meter, it probably would help if you put a picture of how the water looked in 2024 opposed to 2025, just a glass of water. Sometime our older constituents don't really look at social media, don't read all of the long piece of paper. Just a simple picture showing where we was and where we are now, a graph makes a big difference. Because the perception is that the water is still not clean. So I think simple marketing would help better than
Yes.
long
Complex.
letters. Just something simple with a graphic or a picture. A picture says 1,000 words for me. Sometimes you'll look at a picture before you read. So it's just a suggestion. Y'all are doing a great job.
We have
you,
something
Councilman.
coming up that might be useful for that. The state gave us $600,000 in the last year to replace all the carbon feed equipment. I think that's well on its way to being
Yes.
done now.
And we're going to do a
That's
ribbon
the
cutting for
equipment
that.
that helps us deal with the algae kind of situation that we had
Okay.
more or less a year ago now. The legislature was very good with that. One of the things you all can do, we have a $14.5 million capital outlay request that was actually asked for by a couple of the legislators relative to work inside the water plant to make it easier to maintain, to make it easier to deal with the kind of situations like we had with manganese a year and a half or so ago. When we all go to Baton Rouge next year in April, that's one of the things we want you to help us support because it's a big deal. We were asked to come up with a project relative to water quality, and we did. And it is it's not a short-term fix because working inside the basins at the plant has to be scheduled around when we're pumping a little less water. But nonetheless, that's actually our biggest capital outlay new request of next year. So when we get to that point, we would ask you to support that.
But I think the step up part to that is to I don't think the council has a problem with supporting. The council has a problem with not knowing, okay? Because we have the front line of going in and speaking, as Councilman Butcher said, with our constituents, okay? So in order for us to be able to say, okay, this is what we support, then you got to be truthful for us of what's going on and deal with the reality of what we see. Our first response is going to be to our constituents, to the people who elected us. And so until we have the ability to share with them and show them what we're doing and show them the improvements that we're making, they don't care anything about whatever the scientific term it is for this. What they want, clean water. I want my water to be clean. I want it to taste good. So when we have that, so the next message will be, in order for us to continue to have these improvements, so you won't see the algae, just as Councilwoman said, with the picture that you had saw last year or whatever you saw in the lake, then this is what we're going to Baton Rouge to do. But there has to be some manifested things that we see that's happening before we go down and say, okay, this is what we're supporting. It has to be seen. Since just as the councilman said, they can't see what you do. They can't see Kiwanis in the plant, with the chemicals measuring or dipping down to pull up with it. They can't see that. We don't even see that. They're not going to the website. All they want to do is turn on their water and it looks like this. So they can stop buying these, even though it may go to our sales taxes, but I'm just saying. That you want to be able to have that balance that if I don't have this, then I know that when I turn it on, and these are some of the improvements that, because they're going to say, well, because my council person said, and older people going to always take ownership because you become their council person. Like, you don't counsel nobody else. You belong to me.
them. That's right. I've
Okay?
seen them.
So,
And as Councilman Butcher said, water and safety is neck and neck. And I would link water ahead of safety, and I'm going to tell you why. There's certain things we can do on our own to make sure we're safe. There's certain places we don't have to go to ensure we're safer. Water is something we can't treat our own water. And then we're reminded every month when that bill comes that we have to pay a water bill, and we want to know what type of service are we getting. And it's not just the quality. When I call and pay my water bill, what type of service am I getting? When I'm having issues, what type of service am I getting? Is anybody even answering the phone? All that ties into, because this is something I'm directly paying for. The citizens don't see that they're paying for security, but they definitely see that they're paying for water every single month. And as Councilwoman Chair Taylor said, they don't care about the behind the scenes process. They just want it fixed. And so if we can't fix it today, we need to give them a plan as to when it's going to be fixed. And just like with security, we can say security is getting better all day long. As soon as somebody gets shot or as soon as somebody gets killed, it reminds them of how bad security used to be. So it's going to remind them of when we had the manganese issue. You can say, oh, it has a little color in it, but it's safe to drink. No, that they're used to seeing water that they can see through. So we have to again put out.
Still staying from it.
We have to put out. We have to be on the front lines, putting out information that says, "Look, this is what happened, but this is the plan to ensure we fix it and it doesn't happen again." We have to. The public needs to see that we're taking it just as serious as they are.
right,
And that has not been communicated over the past.
correct.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, so here's a few things. First of all, I want us to kind of refrain from using the phrase, we didn't get here overnight. We all know that. I mean, I think one of the things that leaders do, and I think this council, number one, we're your biggest fan.
Right.
And two, we've always taken the position of not blaming, but fixing. And I want us to continue taking that posture, being that posture. And so just like we harp on being short on any particular one item, let's focus on how to fix that instead of, stepping back and blaming that. We're not here to do the blame game. So I just want you to kind of think about, we didn't get here overnight. We know that. But in saying that, we're saying we're kind of taking a step backwards. And I would like to start focusing on what we're doing going forward. Also, you have prepared for me for some talking points that were outstanding when I go visit lunch groups and so forth. I would like you to continue those talking points and make sure that each member of the council gets those, because we never know when we're going to be asked to speak.
Correct.
And this is our opportunity to put you at the forefront and actually boast about the accomplishments that your team is doing. It's very important. And also, you can have the best food and you can go into how it's prepared and how it's marketed and all the good things about it. But when it comes down to our constituents, it's all about texture. And so if the texture doesn't match up something that they can relate to, like Councilwoman Bowman said, is that show us and, include pictures, do whatever you need to do to ensure that our public, that we understand exactly where we were, where we are, and where we're going. So I agree with all the statements here, especially well, I agree with everything that everybody else said. And again, I wanted to make sure that, send us a little blurb each month on where we are, what we're doing, so we can put that in our newsletters. Oftentimes we're looking for cool things to put in our newsletters, and I think we want to speak with one voice, and this allows us to push that information out consistently and collectively, and it keeps you and it keeps everything that your team is doing out, in the public eye. So therefore, there's no question that we're not communicating, because this administration, this council is all about being transparent, being truthful, and I think messaging, it has to be transparent and it has to be frequent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry. We have roughly 25,000 more of the new meters to put in, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is that projected to be completed?
By summer. We're hoping by summer, first in the fall, we'll be finished next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for what you
You're
do.
welcome. Thank y'all.
Okay.
Thank you, Brandon.
Sir?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, let me ask you, is the building that you all have on 70th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it full? Do you
It's
have,
almost, we had to do some minor changes and adjustments. I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to mention that. Minor changes and adjustments to the inside so we can fit everybody into that space. Furniture is going to be ordered by the end of this year or first of next year. And so we're so close. By the first of next year, in that first quarter, maybe second quarter, depending, we'll be all moved in.
okay, thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
And then Public Works will start slowly coming after that when they get their building built.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
They're also doing something, part of the renovation that he had to do was, once we get water and sewer dispatch in there, we are going to transition Public Works dispatch into that same place, because they do a lot of interface together. We're gonna try to cross-train everybody so that we've got a common dispatch for those folks. And that was not in the original floor plan, and that's one of the things they've been working on, was trying to make room for those folks. You're
Thank
good,
you.
Brandon.
Is that it? Thank y'all. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And it's Jarvis time.
Man of the hour.
Got he dressed up for you and everything.
Come on.
Man of the
We got a
hour.
couple of things here. The first one is actually the Streets Fund, which is pretty much the same general amount it's been in the last few years, in the 8 to 9 million range. Most of that money comes from the AEP tax. We're getting less money every year from the Public Safety Fund as compliance goes up and payments go down. They take $1 million of this and put it in the general fund for their smaller projects, and the larger goes in the capital budget for streets capital. Look, if we put a 5 in front of all these numbers, we'd still probably could spend it wisely, but we will do our best to spend wisely what we have there. As far as the Public Works budget itself, it's pretty much standstill. It's just slightly smaller than the current year. But it's continuation as far as people. They were spending a little bit less than they were budgeted for supplies and services, so we're continuing those numbers into next year. As we kind of talked about when we were talking about SPAR a while ago, the kind of issues that we're going to be trying to work on this year with Jarvis's folks are trying to raise the standards of his contractors, and frankly our own mowers, to make sure that when we leave an area, it looks good. We have not always done well in terms of edging and things like that. He's had me call him a few times about some of the places that I pass on the way to work. The other thing we're trying to do is find a way to pick up litter a little more often. He's going to be working with the litter contractor to see what we can do within the money we can find. But it would be, right now, I think we're doing a relatively consistent job with litter, but we're not doing an often enough job, particularly on the interstates, because people throw things. But anyway, that's the main thing in his budget. He clearly has a good bit of equipment stuff that he would like to replace if he could, but that's mostly in streets and traffic. While we're at it, solid waste, because you're going to ask questions altogether. Solid waste budget's up about 3%. Almost all of that is essentially landfill revenue and expense. General fund's going to be paying about the same amount it's paying this year, a little over $6.4 million. As we talked about yesterday, I'm working on something to try to find a way to replace the Packers that are 10 years old and older. And we have 8 of those. We have 36 of the 44 that are frankly in good shape, but it would be good to get the last of the old ones out of the pack before they begin to crater on us, because the worst feeling Jarvis can have in the morning is the solid waste folks calling and saying, I ain't got enough trucks to run garbage today. So, and one of us has been around long enough to remember when that was true way too often. It is not a problem right now. We'd like to darn sure keep it from becoming one, because in my almost 3 years now, other than when all the trees fell down in one day, we've had very few days where we woke up and said, we got a problem with solid waste today. They're doing a good job, and we appreciate that. But that's pretty much the part of his. We'll talk about capital after y'all talk about operating stuff.
So Tom, back in those days when you started, they were picking them up on flatbed trucks, weren't they?
No, sir, that was when I was a child.
Okay.
They were still doing the backdoor services in the alley.
With those Garbacks bag, whatever it was.
I fully remember as a child the red, it looked like a big red wagon, wide open. That's what they picked up yard waste in, and they have picked up garbage in, for all I know.
Madam Chair, real quick, to the streets, Jarvis, can y'all allocate some money? And it's not even my district, but I've had a lot of people call me about in Councilman Talaferro's district, that Sherwood, that gravel road down there. Y'all looking at?
Yes, we're still investigating it. Yes, sir. We did. Hopefully, we'll have some funds left over to where we could take those funds and address that Sherwood address as well.
It's about just.
It's not that big. We already looked into it.
About 50 yards long that turns off of Cruswell Road that has about 3 or 4 fairly nice houses, and it's a gravel road. And
yeah, we were doing an investigation to see if there was even a private road. We haven't found anything, so we still think it's a city road. So we'll be doing it.
So that was number one. Number two, I would like to get an updated list of projects on streets in District D for next year, just where I can have it, if you don't mind. And then to the Packers, I think we need to do whatever we can in our power to buy what you need.
Yes, sir.
Because I remember when we came into office 8 years ago, I don't know if many of y'all remember, but there was trash all over because we didn't have enough Packers to pick it up. And that was a real problem, and that was in December and November of 2017, 2018.
Well, I want to compliment y'all because in one way or the other, y'all found enough money to buy 36 garbage trucks.
And
4 or 5 years ago.
So I think that we need to continue that trend where you don't get to that point. Other equipment, what about grade alls? I know that's always been kind of an issue.
Yes, we have 2 grade alls operable right now.
And they're in good shape?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So really your unfunded needs basically are for the Packers.
We have a lot of unfunded needs throughout the entire department. We have traffic. We're trying to get a new sign shop. We're trying to get him updated to how he making the signs. We have Ryan. He need a couple more pieces of equipment. He need trucks. Our critical issues are competing with the CDL operation and mechanics. We're not competitive in the market at all, so we're losing drivers left and right because we're not able to compete with what we have out here. That's really what the issue is. So right now we got enough trucks within solid waste, but we don't have the drivers because we can't compete.
Well, if you don't mind, send us all your unfunded needs, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. They should be on the budget books at the bottom of each page.
How much should they be paid?
I think they're starting off with 19. Yeah, 19. And I think the CDL, we all know CDL operation is a big thing throughout the country right now. We're not asking for a big boost right now because we understand the economy and where it's at, but we do need to be able to compete. Right now, we having guys coming in pretty much demanding what they gonna do for us because we have to accept what we offering right now.
Because we're given the same requirements as the other person.
Correct.
More or less sometimes.
Correct. Actually more, because a lot of people don't want to drive a trash truck.
What's the rate that we pay?
19. It's 19. 19 an hour.
What's the rate that's out there?
I think they making leap between 25, maybe 26, somewhere in there. Am I correct? Yeah, that's the competitive rate right now. It's more, actually. That's just us being able to compensate the guys that we already have, and plus bring in probably a newer CDL operator that's not not experienced. They can just come in and want to get his feet wet in the CDL world, but we do need to be able to compete with it because we're losing drivers left and right. Also, within traffic, we have electricians, and we have to be able to keep our traffic signals operable. We're not able to compete with the electrician world. We all know the world of electrician, what they can make in a day. We're not asking for. We're able to have some good group of guys within traffic that's still working with us. Especially one guy is probably on the last leg about to retire. We're happy to have him, but we do need to look into that. Those are one of the critical concerns that I had within my department was the CDL operations and the mechanics. We're losing mechanics as well. Chris, we have Packers that go down. They're going to go down. We have to be able to get them back operable ASAP. We have some good guys that are good mechanics, but I believe that we can do better with the market. But with the market of CDL operators and mechanics, the city is not in a competitive wage with that. But we're doing good with what we have, but we trying to do our best to keep the guys that we have with the way the market is right now.
So Jarvis, is there any way to tell us what, we talk about police and fire raises a lot, and we talk about them going to Texas and everything, but there are actually opportunities in the city of Shreveport for CDL garbage truck driver, let's just be honest, to go to Live Oak or to Republic or, Waste Connections or any of these other companies.
Allfield is back.
Could you give us maybe an analysis of how much a driver at Live Oak or at Republic or one of them makes, where we can kind of try to adjust our salary?
Yeah, I believe it's in the 25, 26 range. It may be more, but I'm sure it's within the 25 range. And I'm not sure. I don't think our guys are asking for that much. They're just asking for us to be fair with them, to just be able, because they love their job. You don't have guys just coming in our office wanting to drive a trash truck, even with the competitive wage. So we want to compensate those guys that we have on staff right now and be fair with them. We able to motivate them right now to come to work each morning and do what we ask of them, even with their pay. But we don't know how long we'll be able to do that.
How many of those drivers do we have?
We have because I have 3 divisions that use CDL operators.
Okay.
That's traffic, that's streets and drainage, and that's solid waste.
You got 65 on the roster. I don't know how many you actually have.
How many?
Probably
do we have within? Yeah, about 50 something CDL drivers, and Ryan uses probably another maybe 10, 15 of that, and Allen used maybe 3.
Or any of those clocking overtime?
Sir?
Strictly 40 hours, or any of those clocking overtime?
No, the trash truck drivers are. Yes, sir, they are. Yeah.
So they could, and then the other part is benefits. I mean, is our benefit package to them? I have no clue.
Yeah, we offer the benefits. A lot of them are not taking it because of how high it is, but we do offer it as well.
So when you're dealing with overtime, how what's on average are they working?
With the overtime, I think it's between 50 hours, maybe extra 8 to 10 hours.
I see them out at 6, 7 o'clock at night some nights.
Yeah, that's if we are less drivers. If we short drivers, that's when the overtime really will kick in for those guys, because they have to make up for the crew that's not showing up. Also, we have with the buck piles, we have to have those drivers assist with the packers, because if a packer driver don't show up, we have to have the guy to get off the knuckle boom to stop with the buck piles to assist with the packer drivers. It's not a big issue. We're just bringing it up front before it becomes a big issue. And I believe that we are doing the best we can. And we state that to them. But I'm gonna continue to back those guys because they do a lot for us.
I think the only way that we improve upon what we have is when we know what we're working with.
Mm-hmm.
for us, because again, we don't know your daily operations of what we do. We call you when we get a complaint and tell you X, Y, and Z,
And you get it taken care of.
And you get it taken care of.
Right.
We don't know those. That's why I asked the lady about a benefit survey. What do we have with our employees, what they're making as compared to, what is out there, what we're offering. And I know the cost of health insurance is high.
And on a good note, I had the opportunity to go to a public works summit last week, and Shreveport is in good hands. We are. With the amount of equipment that we have, pretty much we up to date with it. I was sending pictures to some of my division heads, and they were like, who gonna drive it? And I'm like, what you mean? He was like, yeah, we're struggling with drivers. Like, I deal with stuff that I don't know what they deal with, but when we bring it out forefront, I have to address it. So this was a concern that worried me. You guys want us to have more better equipment, but we need to figure out who we gonna have to drive it. I'm also in the point to where I got a lot of guys in the retirement stage as well. And we have to be able to compete. When those guys leave, they good with their job right now. They're satisfied. But when that market goes away, this new market come in, and seeing how the market is with CDL operators, and they're leaving us. Ryan stated that to me over the weekend. He was like, yeah, we getting them interviews. They come in 2 weeks and they gone. I mean, we can't have that. We operate daily. It's 24/7 operation. We get calls at night when we're in bed to fix certain potholes, dead animals in the street. Those guys go out and pick their stuff up in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, whenever they get the call. And I feel like we need to be fair with them. But like I said, it's not something that's a big issue. I think with the guys that we have, they're much older and they're much experienced because they know what they're doing. They know what we expect of them. But we're in the retirement stage. A lot of those guys are about to start retiring. We're going to have to start bringing in younger people, and you know how this market is with that. We're doing a good job.
Madam Chair, you mentioned being disturbed all hours of the night.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to tell you that just because I sent you an email 8 o'clock at night doesn't mean I want. Now, Alan, he's spot on. Because this is when we think about stuff. Okay, when we settle down.
I don't think they think that, because
I know they don't think that, but I just want you to know
when it comes to the email, it don't matter what time it is.
Yeah,
if it's something we can address right then,
I have to get this
address
off my chest because I understand now. When I was public information officer with the city of Shreveport Police Department, that was different. But look, there's pretty much nothing. Unless it's a water main break or something, that's really, they can't wait till 8 o'clock in the morning. And I just wanted to let you know that, and all of your staff know that just because I'm sending it at 10 doesn't mean I want a direct response right then. I am not that demanding, nor I don't think any of us are. I just want to let you know that look, we appreciate you, but for me, if I don't get it out, I'll forget it. And that's why I send you pictures. I'm bugging Alan all the time about this and that. It's because when we think about it because we're on to something else. And I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you being Johnny on the spot with emailing, because you got family, and we respect that. Right.
Yeah, our bosses, my boss, he calls me at 7 in the morning by the traffic signal. I get with Alan, we get it done. That's just how the way we operate. It's nothing to do with you bugging us at no time of the day or night. We have staff for that.
I think we're glad to have a forecast of where it is, because like I said, we don't know the internal operations of what it is that you all have. And then so we have to know what we're dealing with when you have, from what I've just heard you say, you have licensed and certified mechanics. You have licensed and
CDL commercial driver license.
Commercial driver's license. Got it.
And also to assist with Brandon, we was talking about the clean water issue that we're having. We have a litter issue, okay? The litter issue affects the clean water process, and that's why I try to educate my fellow citizens and the council as well of how much throwing paper out the window can affect the drinking water and where it goes if we're not able to get to it. Mr. Dark and Mayor Arsenault are able to bless us with the accommodation to give us funds to be able to address the litter issue that we have. But that's just still not enough. It takes educating the public to let them know, hey, look, maybe we need to. I had the idea of maybe going to elementary schools and educating the kids because, like I said, when I first started, you don't want a little kid telling you, hey, why you throwing paper out there? That's more embarrassing than
It'll
anything.
hammer you right there.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I agree.
I totally agree with you.
You know, and that I think that could be part of if you get with the COP. I
Right.
think that is their program. They're out there in the DARE officers and
Right.
whomever, and that goes with the parish too because they're in a lot of our schools.
Right.
I mean, I'm all about that. And then one of the other things is you just mentioned that how throwing out litter affects your drinking water. I would like you to prepare an article on that for my next newsletter.
I already been working on it. I have PowerPoints of it. It's just that's
Yeah, but I need something. I need a quick synopsis that
I
says,
got you.
"Hey,
Put it on
did
the
you realize that you throwing out litter affects your drinking water, and this is how?" Just something like that. This is what we need as far as information, being transparent and being proactive.
Right.
So, I mean, that's an excellent point. I didn't know that. I didn't think about that until you just mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Because our job
They
is to
got-
turn around to help you all too, so y'all help us, so we can be supportive of what it is that you all do. So we want our messaging to be the same as we get ready to move about when we go in the public. But I do agree with you. I think that communication has to be there. I think when you talk to little kids, yes, because little kids are extremely truthful
Yes.
and will make you feel really bad
Yeah.
in public.
Telling a
They
50-year-old,
will
why you throwing
embarrass
paper
in
out the
public.
window?
Why you do that out there?
And one good thing that my stuff and I was able to accommodate, were able to get some extra funds from the state to help with the cooperative endeavorment that we have with them on the interstate and the state highways. So they were able to compensate us real well. I guess I don't know what happened with how it fell through the loops, but we made the call and they gave us some extra funds for that. So that's something I'm excited by as well.
Speaking of the state, what about those lights at I-49 and Southern Loop?
I-49, so we'll check into that.
Well, because we had talked about putting those, I think before Gary left, and I think you and I had talked about getting that lit up.
Yeah, we got an email from Mr. Dog as well to look into that to see what direction we can head in with that. We're still working on it. I think David
They
has
were
some.
gonna do it, and then they backed away, so.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing about the litter is, I remember when I was at Uri Drive Middle School, we adopted that stretch of Uri Drive
Right.
to clean it up, and there were signs there, and had clubs that would go clean up. Have we thought about doing that again, implementing where businesses or?
Yeah, we talked about adapting the street. That's what you're talking about, and we talked about getting with the schools and try to see how they can help us
And
assist with
businesses, for that
Yes, sir.
matter,
Well,
Yes,
it
sir.
used to be a part of civic appropriations under Glover.
Yeah.
That when they were administered their civic appropriation, and once a quarter, they had to go and clean an intersection as a part of the dollars that they received from the city.
See, I like
They had to
that.
go and adopt a section of what they had and keep that particular area clean it up once a quarter with the dollars that they received.
And it's
from
good.
the city.
I think it's good advertisement too for some businesses if you've got.
Yeah,
to-
and we was going to make a award recognition through the council to let them know that, hey, look, that we're paying attention. And I think it will be a great marketing scheme for some of the businesses that were not getting good marketing. Hey, look, we had such Mr. Pablo, wherever, with grass cutting service. They picked up this amount of litter, and we want to acknowledge them at the council meeting. That'll get them, some good marketing credibility, because a lot of people don't know we have a lot of businesses that are struggling. They're not getting the marketing that they need.
Yeah.
Mike, maybe you could get with that hotel owner and see if he'd adopt that stretch of 70th Street.
We got to get them on the phone first.
I know you got to find it first, right?
So have you been talking to Governor Nungesser's office?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I would suggest that you talk to Governor Nungesser's office on litter as well, because they also have like those little decals that I said that I wanted to pick up as it relates to litter on our highways and in our streets. So that's a really big deal too. And Lieutenant Governor Nungesser is extremely nice. His office is extremely helpful when you are looking at having litter campaigns. But then I believe it's something that we can pass on to the neighborhoods.
That's a great idea.
As well, and just allowing them to be able to adopt it.
Oh, I had another one that I was working on for you too. Was the crosswalk campaign? I got that on my dish as well. I got the litter campaign and the crosswalk campaign. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's several HOAs in my neighborhood that I know would probably like to adopt the main road in front of their neighborhoods.
Yeah,
for
we
sure.
we could set it up. It's already written. I just been sitting on it, just waiting to working on other stuff within the department. But I have been working on the
Get it going,
campaigns.
let us
different
know.
campaigns.
We'll get with the HOAs and our.
Yeah, in our districts.
All right, I get that information to y'all. And before I leave, there's one big concern, and I know that no one wants to hear this right now. So our current residential garbage fee is only $7. Our neighbors, Bossier, surrounding areas, are paying $16 a month with $8 service fees, an additional $4 a month on second cans. We understand the cost of living in our city, but we want to make sure that we looking into this. The city is eating a lot of money within the solid waste division because of this. With our landfill, we have our fees do not cover the true operational cost of collections, equipment, and disposals. The city is absorbing all of this. Meanwhile, Republic is also asking for an increase at the landfill that was introduced to you guys in the last council, which will be approved on the 9th, hopefully. I think it needs to be. I think it'll help out a lot. But we do need to look into the garbage fees. I know we don't want to talk about it. I'm a citizen. I pay garbage fee. I pay water bill. I know the water bill's kind of tricky, but we need to look into how can we accommodate the solid waste portion of what's going on. There's a lot of things been thrown out there, but I'm concerned about public works. The garbage fee is
Bill is tricky.
well.
What I would say to that is, and I can say, since under your leadership, we've been having less calls about garbage being picked up timely. And so when we talk about increasing fees, the first thing I want to look at, what's the quality of the current service that the citizens are getting?
Right.
And I'm going to say this again, I haven't received any call under your leadership about why my trash wasn't picked up today on time. And if there was a call, you got guys out there immediately to get it same day. So definitely want to appreciate that, and we'll definitely take a look into it.
Okay, good deal. Other than that, Public Works will continue to deliver high impact services for the city.
We can talk about capital while his folks are here. Between the three capital programs, streets, drainage, and lighting, they got about 190 million appropriated, probably about 80 to 85 million that hadn't been spent yet.
Mm-hmm.
Some of y'all are aware there've been a number of projects either bid or about to be bid in the 24 bond issue. We got the one on Pines Road is out to bid. David, do you know when that one's when they might start?
We received bids.
You might as well come up.
For Pines Road, we received bids and we're doing contracts right now.
So after the first of the year, but
barring weather, it'll be the first quarter next year.
And I have a list of projects that we have currently out that should be seeing construction within the 26 timeframe. We got McKinley Avenue, you got Montrose Drive, Pines Road, Moreno Bay Drainage, Pines Road Patching, Councilwoman Bowman, Crestwell and the Wingate Circle. You got Southfield Road, Norris Ferry Drainage, and you got Curtis Lane and Lakeshore, and the Southport Drainage Improvement.
Amen.
Curtis Lane and Lakeshore is out to bids right now.
Three things. I know that the lights on Lakeshore Drive going towards South Lakeshore, they're out.
Got it.
It's several of those. I don't know why those keep going out, because they replace them and then they keep going out for whatever reason. And I'm not sure if they updated them. I don't think they updated them to LED lights.
Anytime we change, we're supposed to be updated LED, right? Okay.
Yeah. I did get in touch with SWEPCO on this, because this was a light out on Linda. in your borough. But I did go by the far end. And so I do want us to go out and take a look at that, that back road that's behind those businesses on Texas Avenue.
Texas Avenue. Yeah,
It's
we-
really, really nice.
Yeah.
As they begin to improve upon those, as they are improving upon those businesses, you have at least 3 that will be opening up. I welcome all of the council members to go and take an opportunity to see it on the end of Texas Avenue. It is the nostalgia of that particular area is beautiful. But behind there, they've cleared a lot of the land back there by Herbie K's and on along that little strip, but it is, I don't know if it was an alley or a road that is back there. I want to sit down and talk about what could be done, or if that portion could be donated to them, to make it accessible for parking and all of these things back here for, I think it's gonna be like 6 businesses.
Yeah,
that
we
they're opening on
we
that.
did me and Ryan. We already got the pictures. We starting to do our research on it to try to figure out what can we do.
Okay.
What kind of funds we can put towards it. But we were aware that
It's
already.
really,
when
really
you called
nice.
me, we worked on it right then.
Cool. And so Patsman and Chester and Calhoun going up by Swepco Park. I wanted Ryan to give me an update on that street because it was literally impassable.
Right. Yeah, Pastor.
Okay, good. What about Calhoun and Chester? Because I think that we had some of those blocked off, if I'm not mistaken.
When the contractor, he started on 1700 block of Passman, and he's gonna move over to that location.
Okay, good deal. There was one more thing. Jarvis, off the top of my head, I forgot. I want to thank y'all for what you all doing. Thank you all for taking care of the stuff on Audrey Lane. Because what's important to us is that when contractors do a job, that they clean it up, you know, as they go. And I think those things have to be reinforced, you know. So Councilwoman Bowman and I don't have to get in their face because we didn't really think we like 6 feet tall and bulletproof. But the integrity of any neighborhood is important to us for them to start on projects, complete them, and clean them. Better than what they found it.
Yeah, David has already been hosting those monthly meetings with them to try to know the expectations of what we're looking for. We understand that we can't keep every project clean, but we need to at least try to do the best we can because, like I said, I tell my guys all the time, the city government is one of the hardest jobs because everyone is watching. You know, and we have to integrate that into the contracts as well. Like, hey, look, everybody is paying attention to this project. So please, you represent us. That's with grass cutting and everything. Sometimes we don't get it all, but once we get the call, we try to make sure we get the adjustment right then and there, figure it out.
So before you got here, we were talking about edging.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, so that's a big deal.
We try to do that after cutting season. That way we'll have more time to pay attention to it. So when the cutting season try to calm down, we get out there and try to get the deep cut edge in it and get it prepared. You know, with around about summertime, it's just not controllable. You know, so around this time of year, we get out there, we edge it, try to manicure it, try to keep it up the best way we can. Then the summertime come, it's kind of hard to keep up with it, but we're working on it. We're trying to figure out a plan, what we can do. Maybe is there something, equipment out there we can help assist with to keep the deep cut that you guys are looking for. I know what you're looking for. I'm trying to find something that'll be, because this is highway. It's not like being at your house. We got to have something that can keep going and not just having guys putting them in danger with cars going 50 miles per hour out there trying to edge. So it's a safety thing as well.
That little, what do you call those?
Grappler trucks?
No, where they plant the flowers in the middle of the street.
The medians.
Okay, yeah. I have a median in Highland Park, in Cherokee Park, where it borders on Navajo. I didn't know if the neighborhood was.
Say it one more time.
Where
Cherokee
Navajo. where Highland Park and Cherokee Park, where they meet in the middle, and there's a median right there, but it's a forest.
Okay.
And I don't know if that belonged to the neighborhood, or is it ours? Or is it SPAR's?
It's a separation between us and PAR. SPAR, we keep the grass cutting up on it, but the planting and stuff, we don't plant, do anything like that. It needs to be cut? Okay. And that's Cherokee Park? And what was the other one? I couldn't hear.
No, that was it.
Okay.
You know, Cherokee Park and Highland Park borders.
Okay.
5th Street. Yeah.
And Jarvis, since we are talking about edging, I know that I think one of the issues that we have, or that I have, is that, you know, we are subbing jobs out to independent contractors, and we know the scope of work. And often the scope of work, obviously, well, it does involve edging in the medians. And I don't expect your team to come behind someone that I've already paid that didn't. And numerous times, it's just laziness on the contractor's part. And I don't want to pay a supervisor to go supervise a supervisor. I mean, there are mechanisms in place, I'm sure, that, you know, the supervisors are to be held accountable. One of the things that, you know, you talk about, well, when the winter comes, the grass season stops, then we're going to go attack the edging. I don't want our subcontractors to leave us in the lurch and not do a final good job to where we have to come back and spend money and time and effort to do something that we've already paid them to do. I think that's the biggest heartburn for me, is that I know the scope of work because I've looked at it. You've shared it with me, and it's just holding people accountable for doing the job that we're paying them to do. And so it pains me to keep harping on edging. But the point is that all of us have major economic thoroughfares that deserve to be pristine as much as we can get it. And quite frankly, if we're paying somebody, then it should be pristine. Even with our cutting schedule, you know, the laziness comes is when you get on Spring Street around Juvenile Hall, you know, and that they don't pick up the paper before they mow. It's just laziness, and there's no supervision. And so I think that's the frustrating part about it, is because we see it daily. I take pictures of it. And again, we don't want to keep harping on things that should be done that aren't done, because we just throw our hands in the air and going, like our citizens, what's the point if nothing's going to happen? So the contractors that we hire, either we don't hire them, or if they're not doing the job, then we don't pay them until the job's complete. I don't know how that works. But the point is that we don't get paid in our respective jobs until we produce a product. And if our product is poor, we don't expect to get paid. I mean, when I ran lawn and landscape for 10 years, you know, if I messed up your lawn, I didn't charge you because you didn't pay for a divot in your lawn. You didn't pay for one of my guys to run over your sprinkler system or whatever. So the point is it's just accountability and responsibility. And I know that you've heard it. And again, you know, we're all about picking up, you know, the blight issue. But our economic thoroughfares, you know, deserve to have a subcontractor take pride in their work. And
that's the reason they're out there too, you know, to help assist us. And we have these meetings with them. We even had to terminate some of the contractors because of the work they perform.
I know. Or try to terminate them anyway.
Yeah. So we on it. I think Mr. Dart had something.
Well, isn't the contractor that was working the stretch of Erie he's talking about, isn't it the one y'all basically did terminate?
We actually didn't terminate them. We just cut back on the amount of work that they had because they wasn't able to keep up with it.
But last year, because I remember
bring
correctly,
him back to
I remember
cut?
getting
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can we bring him back to cut? Because he did a good job cutting.
Pastor Beamer did a
That's
good
the Beamer
job on
guy.
Pines Road.
Mr. Bean, he still work with us, yeah.
Wait,
Send him
why
to
you
our
took
area.
him from Pines Road? Because Pines
Oh,
Road.
the same person y'all got on Pines Road been on Pines Road.
Yeah,
It's Right Touch. The Right Touch the same. That's the same company that cuts.
Right.
They need to change their name then.
G and A.
Yeah, the Michigan.
Because it's the wrong touch.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, I mean, when you want to broadcast your name as, Total Lawn Care or Right
Right.
Touch, it better be right,
Right
it better be
Touch.
total.
That's right.
So, it's a good point is that I just think that we're giving these subcontractors a pass when we don't bring them back at their expense and make them do the job that they were initially assigned to do in the beginning. And so, I mean, it's just real passionate for me to, we agree. I like pristine and I like good curb appeal,
Yeah.
as we all do.
I agree
And so
with you.
because that's how we sell our city. Is it? I mean, look at the airport. Look at what's going to happen out there. People are thrilled about that, as they should be.
Makes a
But we all want to be thrilled about the highways and the byways that connect us. Someone said about streets and drainage. I mean, I'm sorry about streets. Is that we can pave a highway, street or road in a neighborhood, but once we get on that main thoroughfare and run into a pothole, they forget all about what they just came from. So it's just
Beautification all the way
it really
around,
is,
right? It's full
and
circle.
and we're expecting our subs to buy in
Right.
to what we want because that's why they applied to be a sub to begin with. They knew what was the expectations. And again, I think last year, because I got called on the carpet for having something to do with increasing the amount of or the workload or hiring another company.
Yeah, we decreased the amount of workload.
But we increase another company or bring another company on?
Yes, sir. So, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the point is that, if you have poor performance and you just minimize the work that they're doing, they're still doing poor performance in another. So I'm for saying, look, you've had numerous opportunities. You need to go. We'll find somebody that really wants to work instead of just keep feeding them for doing poor performance. When that's the reason we cut them down to begin with, because they couldn't do the job. So anyway, thanks.
I agree, Jarvis. That stretch of Pines Road
Yes, ma'am.
looks horrible.
Okay.
I mean, the trees in the median need some attention. Once they do cut the grass, they leave the paper there. That's one issue I'm having on Pines. The 8200 block of Pines Road, I don't know what we can do in that area because we cannot pay someone to go out and pick up paper every day. Every morning is trash there. I don't know if we need to put a security camera there, but every day, that 82 block of Pines Road has trash just thrown there.
This
I've
by
called
the
you on it. but I
golf
don't-
course too, right? Yeah.
Yes, well, it's right there by the apartments,
Okay.
by Quail Creek.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
It's always trash, and those people call me every morning about that trash that's there. And I don't call you every morning, but I have called you a lot of mornings, and
Yeah, that's a high route though. So they we have guys go out there daily to make sure we get that up. I get with Ryan on it.
right. And I think we might need to visit with, and I'll go with you if you like, to the call center. It's no reason their employees should be throwing trash every single day by the call center. The call center have to keep their employees accountable. Because every single day when they're headed back to work, they throw all that trash out right there on Pines and Burt Coons. It looks a mess. We just can't afford to pick up trash every day there. But the citizens call because it's bad.
Is it a way that we can find them? Because that's their property. Isn't it their property?
Yeah, that will be a property standards issue. I mean, but we can look into it to see what we can do to them. But we don't know. I know when Gary was director, we looked into, especially on Juella, could we hold like McDonald's or whatever accountable on the amount of trash that were thrown out in those areas. But we got away from that. But I mean, I agree, we do have a litter issue. And the contractors, there's no issue with that. I'll address that. Hopefully we'll have a good year next year, 26. If not, we'll have to move some people around.
Okay. And I got one more issue. Right there on Pines and Greenwood Road, we have a brand-new little corridor with Starbucks that's busy. You got Panda Express, and then you have the chicken place. But right there on the corner, I don't know if it's the state, the city, when you get off of I-20 to go to Starbucks, you can't even you can't see Starbucks because the grass is so long. And it's an issue. I talked to the manager at Starbucks. He said it was the city. Someone said it was the parish, but we need to at least get that sprayed for the winter, just because we got people coming in. We have a new company coming in with a data center.
Yeah, we talked to them about it. We cut it down for them, and we told them that it's responsibility up to the backside of the street. I don't know where you get. It's not all business owners are responsible up to the back. We did cut it down for them because it did look bad.
Right.
We'll talk to them again.
Okay, I'm to the point now where I want the city to cut it. We have to send them a bill. Let's send them a bill because it looks horrible for 3 new businesses to be there. A business coming across the street that's going to be a corridor with the grass looking so bad. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
This might be for you, Mr. Dark. What's the average cost of a new garbage truck?
Roughly $300,000.
Yeah.
And we need 10
We're looking at buying 8.
Is it the state?
in 26?
We are looking at trying to do a certificate of indebtedness that would include garbage trucks, medic units, and police patrol vehicles.
Right.
But for him, it's 8. It's the
For
8
next year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we won't get them next year because that's the way
Yeah.
that works, but
I think
we need to get them ordered.
All right, thanks.
No. Thank you, Jarvis.
All right.
Jarvis's first one of these. Y'all didn't kill him. Thank you.
Thank you, Jarvis. Well
Doing
done.
a good job.
Appreciate
Well,
it.
he-
Thank
he-
you all.
he
We
put
appreciate you
everything
so
out.
much.
Okay.
We have now reached public safety in various forms. Public safety fund itself has roughly $1.9 million in it for next year. That number is getting smaller every year. And we recognize that this fund is somewhat vulnerable. I'm gonna wait a second.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We recognize this fund's got a little bit of vulnerability at the state level, so we're trying to do what we can with it while we have it. We have next year the statutory breakdown that y'all established. Police and fire together get a little over $940,000. The streets fund and the 2 not-for-profits get $480 each. Those allocations have not changed. But that's where we are. The public safety fund is useful. You've had the point in the last few days at the public safety meeting. Somebody said, I want something, and the question was asked, is the public safety fund available? And the answer is, for little stuff, it is. It also helped us buy some of those patrol cars this year. So that's a good thing. We're gonna continue to use it the way we have it until as long as the program is lawful in the state of Louisiana. But that's always a legislative challenge every year. So I'm hoping that they decided killing speed cameras was enough, but you never know. So, but that's where that one is. I believe we got fire up next. You need to go get your chief. Oh, he's hiding back here behind the poles. I see what you're doing. Well, being by the door won't help you. Chief's budget goes down a little bit, but it goes down for a reason that doesn't have anything to do with what they normally spend. We have a sort of a weird situation in EMS where we have to pay a portion of what we pay money to the state to offset getting a larger amount for Medicaid EMS payments. That number is going down next year. It went down this year. So we didn't need as much money in his budget as he has had previously. Obviously, we've talked about his unfunded needs. I think what he'd really like is, 3 to 4 medic new units, which would run essentially $300,000 or so each. And obviously, there have been discussions kind of around the edges about pay, and our general position is if you're going to deal with public safety, you're going to have to deal with both fire and police, and then with the rest of the employees. So we'll talk about those things at some point when everybody's ready. But, you know, clearly that's sort of the other underlying issue that's not in his budget right now. But he's got enough, we believe, to stay, you know, in his current mode of operation, to continue to recruit folks, to do the things that they do. His budget's a little harder to make sure it's perfect on payroll because it kind of goes up and down every month a little bit. But I think we've done well enough to get them enough, and if for some reason they're short by 1% or 2%, we'll deal with it next summer and give them what they need. But we're not trying to cut them back in any way. The only reason they're smaller is because we don't have to make that payment to the state in nearly the amount that it was made previously. I think we're making $1.3 million less maybe next year than we were budgeted to make this year. So that's the only reason his budget's getting smaller. You're up, Chief.
All right. Good morning.
Morning, Chief.
Morning.
It's still morning. You did well.
Yes. I've already talked to one of the council members, so I don't know how long this is going to be. He just passed me in the hallway and said, "Do you have some unfunded needs?" He said, "They're going to stay unfunded." And he walked out. So whatever y'all are ready to ask, I'm here for it.
Chief, you might want to talk about, just to open up what you talked to me yesterday about relative to the deal y'all are doing for your medic equipment.
Sure.
That's
So
something they really don't know. So you might.
Okay, so sure, we're looking at, in this budget, we are preparing to move with Stryker, who does our cardiac monitors, our stretchers, stair chairs, and all that type of equipment that we use on the ambulance. So right now, we don't have power loads, so back injuries, 1 in 4 in firefighters. So this power load system allows them to put it on a track, push a button, and it pretty much, you can push a patient in with one finger, and it unloads pretty much the same way. So it saves on backs. They will be outfitting those ambulances with that power load system. The latest and greatest of cardiac monitors. Right now, they're on the LifePak 35. Right now, we have 15s. And normally, we would just purchase those monitors. With this plan, all maintenance would be taken care of. And if they come out with a new model, the LifePak 36, we get the LifePak 36. That is a 6-year deal that we're trying to work with Stryker. Myself, the EMS office, and our administrative assistant went to Stryker in Kalamazoo about 2 weeks ago and viewed their plant. Highly impressed. We've been using Stryker for years, but this allows us to keep the latest and the greatest medical equipment on those ambulances for about 6 years, where we don't have to worry about any maintenance. The newest and greatest equipment stays on those units.
Is it a monthly deal or yearly charge?
It'll be yearly. We've adjusted some funds within EMS in the EMS budget to go ahead and start paying for that. I've done a letter of intent. So if it does not pass, we're not on the hook for anything. I've just done a letter of intent, just saying, hey, we want to move with y'all with this program. If not, it was going to be going up significantly if I didn't have that letter in by January 1st, or actually it was by November 1st.
So Stryker or LifePaks, weren't they physio? Are they still physio? But did Stryker sell them? Or?
Stryker bought. Stryker bought Physio Control.
Okay.
So it's all one company now. It's quite the company.
Stryker's great.
Yes.
I think that anything you can do to help get patients in and out of medic units easier is a wonderful thing.
Absolutely.
So,
we've been asked that for years by our medics because Willis-Knighton has them, of course. So they've been asking, hey, power loads. But also those cardiac monitors have a lot more functionality than what we currently have. So CO monitoring, we don't have to call in anybody special. So rehabs at fires, that cardiac monitor, we'll be getting about 12 of them, 12, 13 of those. And we can do all of that while we're there.
What about, so in the capital improvement, the bond issue, you've got all your fire trucks in, right?
Fire trucks, yes, we have all of our engines in. We're still waiting on 3 ladder trucks and 2 rescue trucks.
That's what I was fixing to ask, rescue trucks. So we're
still waiting on those. We are not, they have not even put them in production yet, but as you're well aware, there was a huge Senate hearing where they talked about, where it got very ugly. So we hope to see production start a lot sooner.
We're going with Ferrera again?
This is with Bulldog, Bulldog Ambulance. But those are already been paid for. So we locked in the price. What we paid for them, you cannot get it for double that. We can't get it for it now. So we're glad we got that locked in. So we have 2 ladder trucks? 3 ladder trucks and 2 rescue trucks.
Yeah.
that are still coming.
The rescue trucks are pretty bad. Well, and you got like truck 8's pretty old and truck 9's pretty old, aren't they?
Yeah, so what our chief of maintenance does is he rotates them out to some of the slower units. So thankfully, all of these trucks look the same now. So you really don't know. The one that was at 8 may not be at 8 anymore. It may be at Station 16 in front of the airport. But we just take the numbers off and put new numbers on. But that's 18 fire trucks in our fleet that all look the same now.
So you have a unfunded needs, funding to replace or remount a medic unit. Tell us about that.
So sure, the due to the amount of accidents, one that not necessarily we're involved in. I'm not saying they're our fault, but we have 4 reserves right now. We just talked to Chief of EMS this morning about those. We would love to have our medic units remounted. So what they do is they take the box of that ambulance, they pretty much strip it to bare nothing and rebuild it. They just use that same box. If we could get new, we would prefer new. But we've been remounting ambulances as long as I can remember, past before all of us were hired. We've been remounting medic units. Now we use a company out of Pennsylvania who is doing a very good job. We've done 3 now, or 2, and there's another one headed that way for a remount. But so the unfunded need is there, yes. But if we can get 4 or 5,
you're okay. I'm not gonna bite you.
I keep upping that number. We have 11 frontline medic units, so the more newer medic units we can get, the better off we are, and we won't necessarily have to rely on those remounts.
I think the number I'm working with right now is 4 new ones in this thing I'm trying to put together. We talked about it yesterday, and I started to say 3, and he looked at me and said 4, so that's kind of where we are.
And roughly about, we talked this morning about 3.
If you would, please, keep in mind, like Chief Reese was saying, right now we currently have 4 reserve medic units. And those reserve trucks are utilized whenever our front lines go down, whether it's for maintenance or wreck, something like that. Keep in mind, the ideal is to have at least 50% reserve units is what you do frontline units. Right now, we're at 11 frontline units, so theoretically, we should have 5 to 6 reserves for backup. That's so our citizens don't lose any coverage. So, I mean, right now, currently, if we have a couple go down and we don't have a reserve to put them into, that's just a unit we have to shut down. So keep that in mind.
That's what I don't want.
So we've got a need for 4 new medic units, right, Chief?
Correct.
Okay.
How soon do you plan on submitting your plan?
It is my intention right now that would end up being an amendment into the December 9 budget ordinances.
Where are you looking for the money to come from?
It would be a certificate of indebtedness, it would be new revenue and new expense. It wouldn't change anything else other than perhaps a small interest payment. Because normally when we do one of these, you don't really start making principal payments until the 2nd year.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're actually looking at, Ms. Fowler and I are trying to work on an arrangement with the lender to try to do it where the principal payments are a little lower in the first 2 years as we pay off the last certificate we did, so we can begin to kind of stay level in 27, 28, 29, 30, but try to pay a little bit more at the back end. But right now I'm looking at his medic units and the garbage trucks. The unknown right now is how many patrol cars, and Chief and I are having some conversations on what that might look like.
What I want to make sure that they have is not less for your reserve. Because we cannot say this won't happen because we know that it will. We can have something, flash flood, anything that can come on that's just all of a sudden, and we need to be prepared. Am I wrong?
I agree 100%. I mean, if and I see what you're saying, Mr. Dart. Basically, what you're going to do is it really won't impact the budget much, depending on what you end up buying, because we're already paying it off.
Right.
So instead of us taking money from somewhere else to buy these medic units, if we can do this, it's a lot better.
Oh, that's the only way you could afford to do this kind of work. Because I mean, we're talking. If you talk about it, I'm just going to use a round number because Chief and I really haven't settled on police cars. But if you had 60, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
if you had 60 cars, 8 garbage trucks, and 4 of his, you're talking $8 million. And if you did those level payments, you'd be talking, nearly between $1.5 million, $2 million a year 5 years.
Which is already budgeted because we've been paying it, right?
Well, what I'm trying to do, because we did a deal in '23, that essentially we're paying principal on 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. What I'd like to do is in this next deal where we would start making payments in 27, is that we would have a lower, we wouldn't pay level, we would pay more of the principal in the last 3
I'm about to
years,
send you the timeout.
so that we could keep.
About to send you the timeout.
But anyway, that's kind of the number we're talking about right now, somewhere in that general area. And I mean, again, I haven't really had a chance to settle in with Chief and say, okay, given the 30 you just bought, what do we got, and how many do you need just for patrol? I know y'all have some interest in take-homes. I don't know how far that goes, but you know, that's kind of the general area we're talking about right now.
Well, you think that you could have the answer to that question by the time we vote on this budget?
Oh, the absolute intent is that one of our amendments would in fact be to add X amount of money for certificate of indebtedness revenue and allocate it among the solid waste fund, the police department, and fire department. I mean,
Okay, so 4 is what's
I think the chief helped me here. What I would assume you would do if you had 4 new ones, and I don't know how long it takes to get them, is that perhaps 2 of the units that you are currently using would drop into reserve so you could have your 6 or 5, whatever you would have. I mean, the simplest thing would be to take the best running of the ones that you were
Right.
otherwise replacing, drop them into reserve, and put everything else, you know.
That is
You
correct.
have 4 new ones online, but not all the 4 that you're replacing are dead at the moment. They're the kind that you could, in fact, do something else with. So,
Correct.
I mean,
So
that's presumably the way this would work.
Yeah, so they will prepare your fleet,
Yes.
okay, and have it to be in good standing.
Mhm.
Okay.
Correct.
Very good. So that's what we want to move towards, I do believe.
I think you're right. I think we need to do that, and hopefully we'll have that all together.
Yeah,
and
have
be
it all
able to
together.
get
It is
done.
certainly my plan to do that. There's nothing, I mean, the only decision that isn't made yet
It's about the police
is
cars.
about how many police cars and how many we can
Okay.
afford. The only thing I got to clarify with Chief and with Jarvis, I have an approximate number for what these things cost per unit.
Mhm.
It'd be nice to, make sure.
Make sure to have all of them.
Make sure we're comfortable so that, if the number is 325 for a medic unit or 350 or 300, that we'd sort of know what we had to play with, because we'd be borrowing exactly that amount of money. So
How long does it take for them to prepare the medic unit?
For a brand new one, the way we would have it spec'd out, where we at right now?
Yeah, currently right now, just the chassis. If I was to order a chassis right now,
Mhm.
for a medic unit, it's gonna take anywhere from 6 to 8 months.
Okay.
We may be on the lucky side, where one becomes available because maybe a purchase didn't go through.
Gotcha.
And we have that available to us. But the actual full remount could take anywhere up to 24 months to complete.
Right.
So you're going to do remounts. You're not buying brand new.
No, the new ones is what we need.
Okay.
Yeah.
That will help, increase our reserve fleet.
Because I would rather buy new ones and not remount them again.
we're not
Correct.
proposing to do any remounts next year.
But you have to have the
Okay.
chassis in order to move forward with it.
Right.
Okay.
So altogether, I would say, right now, I haven't looked at the new purchase, but when we were, like last year, it was anywhere from 24 to 36 months for a new unit to be completed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's if we can't find one that's already in production. We're not gonna turn those down also. Ambulances being sold, daily on websites.
Can we look and see if there are any that are in production, so Mr. Dark will know?
Are we locked into one brand? Are we locked into one brand?
Right.
No, I'm not. Not
Okay.
at all.
Because, when I bought mine at District 5, we bought an Excellence and a Will Coach, because Will Coach was already produced. It was ready to go. And I think that we ought to look outside that box. If
Right.
it's a quality unit, I don't want you to go buy something that's not going to hold up. But there's, 4 or 5 different pretty good producers now, aren't there, that you could buy from?
Yes. All vendors know that I'm not stuck with one brand or whatever. And that's from fire trucks to medical equipment. When you have competition, prices automatically drop for whatever reason.
That's right.
Yeah, I would take a look and see with that, so you could provide that with Mr. Dark, so, by the time that the council votes, provided that they, vote to pass. See what is the problem.
We need
We'll still have to come back to you to approve a certificate of indebtedness and stuff like that after the first of the year, but.
Yes.
But our intention right now, there's nothing, because we're not trying to print money here.
Mm-hmm.
it's not as difficult as some of the other things that we talk about around here.
Okay.
So I mean,
I
that's,
thought you had a printing press up there.
I do, but it only prints once.
Oh, okay.
So you talked
Pennies.
about, you talked about this no COLA. Each 1% costs about 500,000. What is that? That's the retirement.
It would mean if you decided tomorrow to give a 1% increase to everyone in the fire department, it would cost, I believe, it's either just over or just under 500,000. That's counting retirement and everything.
Okay.
What we do when we budget the annual 2% for fire and police is that we generally budget right at $2 million for those two together. So that means essentially 1% for the two of them together is $1 million. So his is 500.
Okay.
I was just
Per
trying to do it in
percent,
the form
per
1%.
yeah.
per every 1%.
Okay.
Where are we, Chief, on firefighters? Is your attrition rate's not what the police department's is, but you do have some issues with it, right?
Correct. Right now, roughly about, I would say, it's anywhere from 60, 65 without looking at the numbers, and we've had some resignations here lately. We've also had some terminations.
When's your next class?
There's a class in right now, and they won't finish up until February.
And how many is that, roughly 30?
That's roughly about 25, yes.
So that'll put you close to 40 low.
And that's about where I think that number's kind of where y'all have been for a while, right?
Correct, and that's without us, that's running 3 on each unit. Most of our trucks do not have 4 personnel, but that's nationwide right now.
Ideally, NFPA wants 4 on a pump, right?
Correct.
And then what about, I'm just curious, battalion chiefs, are there no safety officers with them anymore?
Right now we have 3. It's supposed to be 3. There's 6 battalion chiefs. Right now the deal we worked out for right now is 3. 3 of those units will keep a safety officer on them. But of course we have ladder truck captains that operate as safety. Everybody's job, of course, is safety on that scene. But as far as checking gear and everything else, a lot of the battalion chiefs are having to do that now. We also, they're being used for, those battalion safety officers are being used for staffing, paramedic school, getting on units. They're being used to fill in a lot.
Well, because of the 40 or 60 something you're down right now. What about on the rescue trucks? How many people do we have on the rescue trucks?
3.
They used to be what? How many do y'all have?
4.
I just don't want us to get into a situation as this starts to go down, and I say go down, it's not going down. I just don't want us to get into a situation where you have to start shutting down fire stations because of manpower. And I mean, we've seen that before, and even in last term, that was threatened a couple of times because we just didn't have the manpower. Because if you think about, unfortunately, with 365 days a year of sick leave, there are people that abuse that. I mean, it's just a fact. And, if you get 4 or 5 people that are off, or 6 people that are off, that's 2 people per shift. You could go down. So I want us to really, really, and I've talked to Mr. Dark about it. I've talked to the chairwoman about it. I've talked to you. I've talked to Chief Smith. I want us really to start focusing on how we can retain our police officers and firefighters where they're not leaving us to go somewhere else. Because used to, when you got to the Shreveport Fire Department, that was the big game. Most of us started in fire districts, but when you got to the Shreveport Fire Department, you were in the major leagues. And it kills me to see our firefighters leaving to go to Frierson, who had 1 truck in 1985, because they're making more money, it's less calls, equipment's good. So we've got to do, we really, and I've watched it for 8 years here. I don't know how we've hung on the way we've hung on. And I think it goes to y'all's leadership. But it's scary to me. I think, like I said earlier, you can drive on a gravel road, you can take your trash to the dumpster, but you can't take care of yourself if you're having an EMS emergency or your house is on fire or you're being shot at. So I think that we really need to make this our focus this year and send a message where you can continue to keep giving the service that our citizens expect, because we have one of the best fire departments around, in my opinion. I still feel that way. And we don't need to let that go.
Absolutely.
So,
And we've had when we thought sales tax times might be tougher, we talked for a while about, Chief, you might have to have smaller classes. We are not there, and that's, we're very thankful for that. Because we like, the good news is his classes fill, most of the people that start finish, and that is clearly not always true on the police side of the
Right.
I'm too old.
But it does help what they do. And so we're trying our best to keep them at the level they are, not let them go down in any way. And you know, Chief and his recruiters have done a good job doing that.
I just want me a jacket anyway.
We're working on council jackets, fire. So when y'all show up on Sunday, y'all are in compliance.
I want a unit number. Can I get a radio and a unit number? That's what I want.
Absolutely.
Go there. Our city will never be.
If you do, we start calling you at 3 a.m.
I'll do it. No, but I'm serious. I think, you know, there's some things that I've been working on with other council members that I think might give us a way to be able to help with some raises. I don't know. I mean, it's just, it's a complex thing, and people ask me all the time, well, why don't you just give them a raise? Well, I mean, come to these budget meetings and hear how tight it is. It's hard to be able to find the money to do everything that we need to do for every department, because it's just like Jarvis told us before, I don't know, maybe you were out there and heard what he said. I mean, he's losing CDL drivers because we're not paying as much as other people are. It's a real issue. So, but I think that's why we were elected, was to take care of these hard issues. And I don't want, you know, I don't want us to get to a point where we're not able to provide the services that people expect.
So, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
What other equipment needs are we looking at?
What's the, I'm sorry?
Equipment.
What else?
Mm-hmm.
The medic unit is a major, major for us right now. Also, and I don't think it's in the budget book, but at some point we're going to have to look at a tanker, water tanker, so that.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
I said I
yes.
remember that.
You know, we've had several times the Snowmageddon.
I think you need 2 tankers, but that's just what my opinion is.
How much are those?
Roughly about last one I got was about
50.
About 600,000 for 3,000.
Heart attack time. You're gonna need to come treat me.
For 600, yeah.
When you go back with Snowmageddon brought out a lot of what happens, and then you have these hurricane force winds that come through and snap things like poles. So we've had our share of these emergency situations to happen, where they froze the city for days. So it's not a matter of, you know, if this should happen, it is when. And are we prepared for the lessons that we had during those horrific times? Because you're talking about the city shut down for days. Even when we had the 2015, 2016 floods, those things, you know, what have we taught? And so I look at it and I always say that we need to be prepared, and we have to be prepared for the worst and hope for the best, because everybody is going to call you a 911, and they're going to expect for you to be prepared for what we have and what we need in our fleet.
Right.
So
when it only affects the city of Shreveport, we have those mutual aid agreements in place from Caddo Fire District 5, 1 through 9, 1 through 8. We have those in place. It's when the entire parish is affected, and we do depend on, and it will cost us at the end, but we're calling from South Louisiana. Of course, at that moment, you know, it takes them a little while to get
you
here.
know how difficult it was when we had Snowmageddon, and then trying to get those people up here from South Louisiana because everything was iced over, you know? So we know that it can happen in our region.
Here's one for 539 at
U.S. pumps.
U.S. Fire.
Fire pumps. Mr. Ferrero.
1,500 gallon pump, and a 1,500 GPM pump, and a 1,500 gallon tank. Well, I mean, you need more.
You need more than that water.
Yeah, you need about 4.
So 1 minute it's gone if it's 1,500 and 1,500.
But that's just I mean, they have some on here. They tell you what's sold, and like a 3,000 gallon tanker truck sold for $550.
Yeah.
So about what
Chief,
you're looking at.
One of the things you might want to tell them, there are, like the hospitals and stuff, haven't they started providing some of their own water for, don't
Yes.
they have some tanker equipment or at least some storage
So they have contracts with people that supply water. There was a huge issue
Right.
during snow getting. We were at the hospitals with our fire trucks filling up those boilers or those chillers, and that took a unit out of service, kept them there the whole time. So of course after that happened, and thank God, two of the people that work for Willis Knighton are Chief Crawford and Chief Wolverton, both in emergency preparedness. Now they have a plan for each one of those Willis Knightons, and so does Oshner. So we pretty much told them you can't depend on us because we're still making runs. We still have everybody's calling us. So
Right.
they've made preparation for if that happens again. And again, we have Bossier allows us to use anything from ambulances to fire trucks, but of course we would love to have our own. They just picked another fire chief, so in Bossier. So there was a gentleman's agreement. I know you talked about recruiting, and the gentleman's agreement with Bossier's fire chief was, I don't take any of your people, you don't take any of mine. We would not touch them. Now, there's a new fire chief there. I don't have that agreement. And I was just, I plan on having that talk with them to make sure that stands to where they're not coming to recruit ours. And of course, we've talked about even reaching out to places like New York. We're going through some times right now to see if we can even recruit from New York's fire department.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Just out of curiosity, do we have any kind of an agreement, or is Barksdale able to supply us with, such as tankers and things like that? I mean, are we compatible? I mean, I know that their biggest thing is, aircraft and so forth, but do they provide, or can they provide things that we may need when we need it?
We can definitely reach out to them and find out. That has not been the case for years, but that normally goes through Homeland Security. Once they put out a request for tankers, it goes into a portal, and typically Barksdale Air Force Base is not part of that portal. We stick with the fire departments first.
I'm not sure how many tankers they have on Barksdale.
Is there
Yeah, I'm not
anybody that want to buy us one?
By what?
Buy us one.
I have relationships mean everything to me, so I can definitely check. Okay. There's some people that owe me favors.
Do they owe you one with that many zeros in it?
Possibly.
We'll try.
I know you don't ever know until you ask.
That's it.
I think that's the perfect station for that new tanker be Station 6.
No. You talking about Station 6. We about to fight up here. I'm not concerned of where, just pretty much where it's placed. I just want us to make sure that we have what we need in our fleet.
Right.
Yeah. Just as you said, you can move them around.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Move them where we need them. So
Okay.
I really thank y'all, the administration, the council, for reviewing that budget, making some recommendations. I appreciate everything y'all have done since taking office for the fire department. Y'all are always a listening ear, ready to respond. It means a lot when y'all show up to the fires or very difficult EMS scenes. So I want to say again, thank y'all.
You're welcome.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for your leadership. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief.
You okay? I know it's a little early. I know it's early. I know.
You might need to transport him soon.
I know it's early.
Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
He's ready.
Got
for
a
it.
question for y'all before we bring the police chief up. The only thing after him is about 2 minutes of discussion on economic development
You
districts.
want to go ahead on and
I'm
put it
ready.
out?
And I just soon go ahead and put that up because
that part.
it's kind of like, somebody's about to win a golf tournament, and somebody has to, you want to let the last one putt last. Economic development districts, really pretty simple. They're starting to grow. And by the way, Madam Chair, you had a good month last month, so
Praise the
we might
Lord
actually be
Jesus.
raising your number by the time we pass the budget.
Look at you.
We have an amendment on the agenda for each of the two medical ones because we had just kind of put a plug number in, and now that we know more or less what they're going to be bringing in, in order to keep compliance with the State Budget Act, we had to go ahead and do amendments. to
How
those.
is that coming with the medical corridor? That health and technology?
That money's still in reserve because those district governing agencies hadn't been set up.
Okay. The state has to set those up?
Actually, I think we do. There's a formula in the ordinance that set all that up say who would be on those already. It's just a matter of now that it's starting to actually accumulate money,
Accumulate, yeah.
the need is now to.
I was just thinking about it because I was just thinking about the development that's happening around it.
We, this is, we have 4 of them. Obviously, we have the other one with downtown, but it's a whole different category. This, so far, the only spending out of any of these have been a little bit in Councilman Green's district. But we would expect to see as they begin to accumulate money for projects to develop. But
Okay.
that's where we are on those.
That's good.
We can also talk real briefly about the grants fund
Mhm.
because it really doesn't have a lot of change in it. They have, it's almost all police grants these days. It used to be, fire used to get an occasional one, and they haven't gotten one in a while. There's still some leftover brownfields and energy efficiency grants that are actually run through West Whiteson Water and Sewer. But most of it is for almost 3 million is for police stuff. And about $1.3 million of that is new money. It's the same kind of stuff you've been seeing. It's DARE and, all those kind of things. They don't really have a new category grant this year.
Does the young lady that does works with you all with grants, I guess, is she doing it for the city in its entirety or just for specific?
Almost all of these are essentially formula grants that you don't have to do anything new every
Okay.
year to get. When they want to apply for something extra, then Patty can help them.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at as far as the real-time crime center and just those things. Just looking at grants in those areas.
Okay. Anyway, there's pages of lists of those things.
Okay.
Over the years, but it's almost all the same stuff. One of our focuses is trying to spend up some of the older money.
Right.
Because a lot of that's for payroll and for special ops, and we need to be using all of that as we can.
I agree.
There's no reason to drag it out forever. Okay, police. You will be happy to know this is the last one. Might not be the shortest one, but it's definitely the last one. Their budget's actually going up some. It's going up about 3.2%. Most of that's payroll.
Got 15 minutes.
Look at you, you got 15 minutes, Chief.
Chief
What you trying to say?
You got 15 minutes.
Chief, well, you always only have 15. How does that work? We do. Chief had an academy graduation this morning. It was at 10.
I did.
And he is happy that you were a little slower this morning. Because otherwise, you might have been sitting here waiting for him. I made him an offer to come at 8:30, and he just wouldn't take it.
No. I really
he wanted to make
feel
sure
like a proud father today. We have 12 new recruits, cadets that we have added to our family, and I'm very proud of what has happened today. They all graduated with honors.
Oh, awesome.
Better.
Absolutely.
We will start phasing out temporary locations as we move into the 2 new ones, but obviously we're going to have several of the longer term ones for well into past next year. But the little place on North Market, we won't be having to lease too much longer. And then at some point in the year, the place in Shreve City we just moved into, we'll be able to move out of. But the big leases for investigations and admin will continue for a while, and then the one on Kingston Road for Area 4 is going to continue until we figure out what else to do with them.
When are we looking at the North Market opening?
Last I heard was substantial completion was, I believe, in February, late February, early March, something like that.
Okay.
With the one in Cedar Grove, I believe, around 1st of August.
Okay.
So, give a little for that for, how it never quite works exactly that way, but
Right.
likely that's the general time frame.
Okay, good deal.
But, what we have tried to do is keep them at current funding levels as far as, overtime and things like that, because all the special operations, those needs are not likely to be going away. And as Chief knows and you all know, we're certainly talking about police vehicles and he and I have got to work out a number and exactly how they fit into the fleet, but we will be back at you within the next 4 weeks.
So these police vehicles that we were speaking of, these would be the vehicles that they would be able to take home, correct?
Well,
or no?
If you want me to be honest, some maybe, but definitely not all. I mean, let's say we did 60 just for round number purposes. Some of them would end up being replacement units for stuff that gets wrecked. I mean, it would be dishonest for me to say all 60 of them are going to take them. Because if you're talking about vehicles that you're going to be buying, in effect, a couple of years' supply of, some of those at least are going to replace things that are in the fleet now that are going to go bad. Now, the good news is, he told me earlier this week that he had about 50 that in the ideal world he'd be taking out of service. Well, 30 of them we know what we have because you just paid to buy them. So what we've got to work on is a number and how that might fit in, and how it might fit in at least partially to your take-home number. Last I heard, your take-home number, if everybody who was eligible who lived in the city limits got one, it was a pretty good sized number.
It was.
I don't know if it's close to 100, but it was a lot.
Like 80.
That's correct.
It's a bunch. And it's unlikely that you would be able to meet all that. You might be able, at least on a short-term basis, to do some of them, but obviously I think we would like to not give an officer a take-home vehicle and then have to yank it back because his buddy down the way wrecked one, and we got to keep that going. So we're trying, that's the kind of stuff we're trying to work through, and I've been telling you, I need to talk to the chief about kind of where we are. But I think we do have a commitment to purchase some substantial number during the year. We just got to figure out exactly how many of those there are.
What's your thought process?
Chief, just a quick question, if I may, Madam Chair. So for lack of the white police cars, I know that we obviously phased out in the black ones. How many do we have of those? I mean,
Any that you see is white is at the end of their life cycle, because we've been converting to black. Probably a quarter of our fleet left are the white ones.
How many?
A number?
What's the number?
Oh, I don't know. I'll get you a
Because
number.
I see what I'm seeing is that number is going to replace this number.
Right.
It's corresponding with that. That is correct. And generally, our accident rate is very embarrassing.
Yes.
And the problem that happens when one gets total, it is that vehicle is out until the next round of vehicles purchased, which could be a year, 2 years, 3 years. So our fleet steady declines. So there are black ones that would not normally be slated to go out of service is out of service because they are total. So that has put us in a predicament where we've got to keep more of the white ones instead of them going out on the other end. But I will get you an exact number of how many white ones that are left.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think that one of the things that we have to consider also is
Yes.
not only the downtime of the unit itself, but if there's any equipment that's damaged in a collision. And that's a lot. It's a lot of equipment. And I don't even think we have looked at that number in dollars and cents.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no.
What
you're
we,
good.
when we bought this last 30, as Councilman Brooks noted yesterday, we didn't have to budget the full 70,000 a pop because we had some salvageable equipment.
Right.
I think what we're doing right now is at least working with a number that says we're going to assume there isn't any. There may be
Right,
some.
and that's what my
but-
point
but
is that
it may get
we
used for
don't-
the next generation of
Okay.
wrecks that come in, whatever. But right now, if I'm planning a capital purchase, right now I'm planning at a full 70,000 a pop, and then we may get lucky and get to buy
And
a
there's
car or
some
two
land
extra,
then, yeah.
depending on how things go. But we won't know how many we can salvage. But clearly, we have some new cameras and cars from that Axon deal. We got some new stuff. We're going to try to salvage everything we can salvage.
Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
That's big dollars.
So,
Absolutely.
Chief, statistically, the accident rate for law enforcement, quite frankly, I don't know how the fire department gets away with low accident rates, doing what they do in an intersection. I mean, I watched them turn around in a complete intersection, and, if a cop car tried to do that, we'd be all over the map. We'd be all over.
Right.
My point is that have we done a study or looked at statistics that show the age or the experience of an officer in the collision comparison? And at what point do officers get the take-home cars? Is there a magic number? Is it the number of years they've been on? Is it whatever it is? Anyway, that's my point. My point is that, when you're looking at collisions, you're talking about money, and you're talking about, is there a common thread on the officers getting in collisions? Because sitting on the accident review board, when I did, it was amazing of the stuff that officers were doing, to get themselves in a bind, and you just clench your fist at the bonehead decisions that some officers make while behind this 3,000-pound vehicle, typically
Sure.
called a weapon.
Sure.
So I was
Jim,
just
the
curious.
problem is firemen are better drivers than police officers.
That's not true, but anyway, let's move along.
Let's just be honest.
So-
When I
Just have a bigger vehicle.
went to school to become an accident investigator, you were taught one principle, and it was relative to police and fire, that he who has the most lug nuts has the biggest advantage. Generally, that's
Well,
fire
that's good.
trucks.
Right, yeah.
They're bigger, you can see them a
I
lot
love
better.
that.
But there's been a lot of studies done. There's been a lot of consideration given to just what you're talking about here in our agency. And I mean, it goes back 40 plus years that there's been this conversation. As a matter of fact, back 40 plus years ago, whenever a new batch of vehicles would arrive, they were not given to patrol officers. They were given to lieutenants or supervisors. The vehicles they were driven was rolled back to patrol officers, and you actually got an extra year of service out of that vehicle. But what that was telling you is that the more mature you are, the more senior level you are, and especially if you are a supervisor, you make better decisions when it comes down to driving. We have gotten away from that practice, and now new vehicles go, they're given to the patrol officers. And that's a good justification for that. That really helps morale unbelievable when a young officer who are the boots on the ground gets a brand new vehicle. So to answer your question, there have been plenty of studies, and SPD has proven that there's a significant difference in the driving behavior and the decision-making from senior people than younger people.
Well, and I remember those days.
Yes,
because,
sir.
I was happy to get a hand-me-down.
Yeah, I was
Because
too.
they were typically well taken care of.
Absolutely.
They had low mileage.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
it was like a new car.
Absolutely.
And
Yes,
so
sir.
for a majority of us back in the day,
Yes.
it was great.
Yes.
So, I'm not opposed to going back to that because it was a way that we earned getting something of that value instead of here.
Sure.
Come on board, here's your new car. There was no expectation of a new car ever.
Sure.
It was always a hand-me-down is coming, but you knew that hand-me-down was going to be well taken care of because back then, as you well know, we had vehicle inspections. Your vehicle had to be cleaned. There was no trash in the vehicle, no chicken bones in the vehicle, nothing like that.
Yeah.
The point is that I'd like to get back to that, but that was a supervisory issue as well.
Sure,
When we
sure.
had stand-up inspections to make sure
Sure.
your uniform, your guns, and so forth were top-notch and you're ready to hit the streets.
And when we looked around the country, our accident rate was no different than any other cities our size with the amount of traffic that we have. It was no difference.
So, Chief,
Yes, ma'am.
tell us on here, as we look at here, so we know some of the unfunded needs would definitely be cars, and that's something that you and Mr. Dark are going to work on, correct?
Equipment-wise, that would be our biggest need.
Okay.
And as I explained earlier, there's never a one-to-one replacement. If one gets wrecked total off today, it ain't coming back in a month or 2 months like your personal one is. That vehicle, that number may not be assigned to another vehicle for the next year or 2 years, but that's a decrease in your fleet.
So insurance doesn't replace it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so it's just a vehicle that's lost?
That's correct.
If it's the fault of the officer that caused an accident or whatever the case may be, is there any type of disciplinary procedure?
Yes,
That
ma'am.
occurs with that?
We have an accident review board of the peers that critically look at every accident based on a point system, and officers actually lose money. They get fined. They get days off. They lose driving privileges. There are penalties, consequences attached to it, yes.
They get to drive the white car with the duct tape on it?
If your take home or good vehicle gets destroyed or harmed, it's your fault. You ain't getting another good one. Whatever is
You don't get one of
left
the
of
icy
it.
cars.
So that's
My
what
wife
I was
calls them
just,
icy
yeah,
cars.
the
They
icy
look like
car. Yeah, that's what I was just wondering.
Whatever's left, scrap.
Whatever is left, scrap, okay.
So, on the unfunded needs, what about, have you and Sheriff Richardson come up with a number?
I talked with this chief deputy at the graduation just a few minutes ago, and they are still working out the details, but I still think it's in the 150 range, and I know that's going to hinge on what other agencies get involved in this pool.
I think we'll have that number before the budget. We vote on the budget.
He was headed to Baton Rouge, and I will make contact with him
For the helicopter?
first of next week and find out more.
That would be our hope. If it doesn't, it's an amendment down the road. I mean,
Okay, sure. Well, I think that the, I'm not gonna discuss it much here. I'd rather do it, because I don't like talking about manpower and all that other kind of stuff.
Right.
But I'll tell you, just like I told, the fire chief, I think that it should be on everybody's radar to do some type of raise. We just have to figure out a way to do it.
Yes.
And, but I know that you're critically low, and I think you're critically losing more, even though you just graduated 12.
I talked with a young man this morning. I called him because his letter of resignation came across my desk just this morning. I think he'd been with us 2 years, maybe. And I understand, he's moving to another state, not because he disliked the city of Shreveport or SPD, not because of what he got paid, but because he met his wife in Georgia a few years ago, and they want to go back home to Georgia. But it's difficult to keep up with attrition, for so many, many different reasons.
And I don't think pay is, I've never contributed all the way to pay.
Yes.
I think that equipment was a big issue as well. And I
Yeah.
think we've done a pretty good job getting that taken care of. But
Yes.
I used to have a CPA when I was at the fire department, and I respected what he said. And I'd talk about buildings and fire trucks and cars and things like that I wanted. And he said, son, that's not what puts out the fire. It's the men that put out the fire.
That's correct.
And
Yes, sir, I agree.
that resonates with me. It's not the trucks that pick up the trash, it's the men that drive the trucks and get off the
Yes.
truck. So, yeah. So, I mean, I want us, we've
Yes.
got 1 year left.
Yes.
As a council together.
Yes.
And, well, as a council together.
That's what I just said. I was just saying about it.
Yeah. And so I want us to make a substantial impact.
Yes.
On what we do this year.
Yes.
Because the citizens want it. I told Brandon Sneed that safety and water are the two things that people reach out to me about all the time.
Yes.
And even though we are safer, it's a perception that we're not.
Yes, sir.
So I'm working on a few things. I think the whole council's working on a few things. Councilman Talaferro has got some things in the works. I've got some things in the works, and maybe we can come up with something.
Mr. Dart?
Yes, ma'am.
May I also add, I really think there has to be a conversation with the state regarding supplemental pay.
I agree.
I think that has to be something that, they need to adopt legislation on for our first responders.
Steve, they went up, it used to be 500, now it's 600. How long ago was that?
About 2 years ago.
About 2 years? So
Into
3 years ago.
2022, so it's been a while.
That's the
Yeah.
last. So there there is at least some precedent for asking for a bigger number.
Well, I think too, just with the demands that you have here, if you're talking about, okay, so we're gonna involve the guard and we're gonna do all these other things right here, why can't we give that money and invest it in our officers? Because the guard will only be in a place temporarily. Our officers are going to be here every day. I think when we look at that, pay, environment, all of those things go hand in hand of what we're hearing. Of course, you always need money for training. You know, I think it's only so much training it is that you all have, but continuous training and this genre where we are is needed. They don't have to deal with the things, they have to deal with the things that Chief and Talaferro didn't have to deal with 40 years ago. It's totally different of what they compete with and dealing with, you know, acronyms and emojis and all kind of stuff that have symbolism that we don't even know. I had to ask somebody, what does that mean? You know? But again, just on that viewpoint. But then when you call to task other things that we have to do, because we received, you know, a message from Representative Walters that talked about things that she's asked law enforcement, and so Councilman Green is supposed to be facilitating, well, she's facilitating a meeting, and Councilman Green will be there with her to talk about the needs of police officers, you know, and what they're needing. I know what we look at on our end, but this has to be a concerted effort to, you know, for that. And then we have to look at increases for our employees, because what Jarvis is saying also takes precedent as well, because if we don't have individuals to pick up our trash, we're going to have a whole nother set of problems for real. So I think that has to be a priority conversation. I also want to look at your uniform allowance, those things that you're going to need, because I hear, you know, Councilman Talaferro, when he talks about the standard of how you all present yourselves, I always think that that's very important. So I want to know, like, what is needed in that area as well. I know when we added another suit for firefighters, I don't think we did anything for police.
No, and I think
on that end.
I think that y'all's uniform allowance has been the same for how many years? 10, 15 years? $400, right?
$400, and actually went down to $200 at one time, and going back up to $400.
How many those boots?
I've been on for 20 years.
Those boots are about $175 a piece.
They depend on which kind. Some of them are $120. The ones that work and last, $120 a piece.
I actually like to get a summation of what that uniform allowance needs to be, because I think that's very important too.
Madam Chair, we've received the same correspondence some of y'all have, suggesting that, and we are quite sympathetic to that. I think just so everybody will know what our position is. We agree that there is a need. The only thing we want is for whatever it to be paid for is money that we'll have every year and not just once. But we'll be happy to visit with anybody between now and December 9th, try to come up with something that goes as far as we can go. It's not likely to go as far as the 10% proposal I saw, because that's more money than any of y'all can think about printing right now.
Well, I'm looking at this, because I'm not saying that, okay, the uniform allowance is going to be $1,500, but there needs to be a build-up.
Yeah,
it's got to be a build-up.
Even if you go to 700 or 800 and then are able to go up, and
or if we're looking at finding it, she said that $400. If we go and if we're looking at $150 to $200 to go over there to help, and at least we know we bought a pair of boots. You know, for the most part. But we have to look at something, even if we have to stair step.
The benefit of doing things like uniform allowance is it doesn't have a 35% retirement number added to it. In other words, you can give.
we had 35 or 33.
I think it goes up and down. I think it's 33 something.
Well, that was my next question about, you know, we're talking about state. Can we get any legislation? I mean, is the police retirement system in any better shape than it was, you know, when these rates went from whatever they weren't they like 20% at one point, or 18%? And now we're all the way up to 33 because they bought a couple of golf courses and did some crazy stuff. I mean, they've got to be getting to a point of where they're solid. And is there anything that the legislators could do to give us some relief? Because
Right.
people don't, I mean, for every $1,000 we pay a police officer, we're paying $333 to put into their
Correct.
their retirement. And that's a lot of money.
It is. Well, you have the same issue with your other employees. I mean, you're paid for every 1,000 you pay a sanitation worker, you're paying 300 on top of that for city retirement. So,
And it's not fully funded. So that's
no. It would need to be about triple that to do that, and nobody's going there right now.
But that's when I say again, I go back with Councilman, that we have to sit down in that room and have a real conversation in reference to that when we talk about what I need besides capital projects. I mean, because along the way, that we're gonna have to get some help. I mean, even in talking on the federal level, we got to talk to Representative Fields or Senator Cassidy. Don't just talk about what you need for your police officers when you're sitting in those positions to effectuate that level of change of what you need. And sometimes North Louisiana doesn't get their share of the pie.
we should be. That's
You know,
the problem
and so
for me.
that means that our voices need to be heard in that particular regard to be able to do that when it comes to our first responders. I don't know, does Bossier Police get supplemental pay? I don't know.
Yeah, everybody in the state is supplemental.
So I think it's something that if that's an issue with the Bossier Police Chief over there as well, that is something that we can conjoin on if possible.
Well, that one is, I mean, there's obviously an easy coalition because you got every police department in the state of Louisiana getting supplemental pay for the certified officers.
The majority of them pay into Empress too, right? The majority of police departments do.
Yes. I mean, the thing what I'm going to try to get y'all is some data on, okay, like we gave you a figure on what 1% increase. Okay,
Right.
what would another $100 in supplemental pay, or pick a number, but what would another $100 cost statewide? Because
Right.
that's the issue. It's not can they afford us, because they probably could, but they're going to have to afford the one in Basile and Cottonport and everywhere else while they're at it. And but that
I
does
don't-
make a coalition available.
Yeah, but I don't think that we don't ever know if we don't ask.
Oh, we're
And
going to
so-
ask.
And so we have to be able to have the ask, and then to tell us what it is that we need. South Louisiana is going to go and they're going to rally for whatever it is that they need, for the southern part of the state. The northern part of the state has to do the same dang thing.
Then what we need to do is we have the municipal association, but I don't think that's helping us any.
Right.
I think that maybe this council for Northwest Louisiana should take the leadership and do some type of half-a-day deal like we did with domestic violence.
Right.
Bring everybody to the table, all the municipalities around here, and talk about it, because I keep going back to the 33%. That's a lot of money, and we as taxpayers are paying it because of mismanagement of the system. And let's just be honest. And why didn't the state bail it out? Why are we, as a city, having to bail it out? And in my summation, I mean, I don't know, Ms. Willis, you may be able to tell me, I mean, when did those numbers go up? It's been about 10 years ago?
Councilman, in my last life over here, I believe that is about the time the number jumped dramatically.
Wow.
So you're talking 15, 20
We're
years
talking
ago?
15, 20
My last year as chief, the firefighter retirement went from, and that was in 2011, it went from 25% to like 31 or 32, but they've been able to back theirs off. It's fluctuated, but I think but it was the same situation. It was mismanagement of the retirement fund. And I just think that you just think about if you could go down 10% on that number, how much of a savings that would be to the city. It's a huge savings without impacting police retirement, of course. I mean, we don't want to do that. But I think that it's a conversation that needs to be had. But those are things that we need to do down the road. But I think we have an impending issue right now that needs to be addressed, and we need to figure out a way that we can address it and then hopefully back off and maybe get some assistance from the state.
But again, that's why we talk about stuff like uniform allowance and various other incentives for education and stuff like that we implemented a year and a half back now, because those things don't go through the retirement system. And that's money in their pocket that's actual 100% money. Where if we do, the pay, every dollar you give in a pay raise again is $130 some odd that actually costs So we're trying, you know, it's gonna, whatever we end up talking to you about, it's gonna likely be a mix of those things, because you can put more money in the officer's pocket for stuff that's non-payroll, but it's gotta be stuff that's relatively easily achievable as well, otherwise it's not really a raise. So we're gonna have to visit with you about all this stuff. We're certainly willing to do so. I don't think we have any expectation that the 10% for everybody number is achievable, but
You're talking about the proposal that we got from
the one you got from Captain Carter.
SPOA.
Because I mean, that's $15 million if you count everybody, and if you did police, fire, and everybody else. What I'm hoping we can find is a number that would work for fire and police, and that would allow us to perhaps do some sort of either step increase or small cost of living for everybody else. And then, you know, as we talked about yesterday, we're almost done with a pay study. And one of my questions when I get back to the office is going to be, you know, what does that look like for instance, the people we talked about today?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if we have to do some specialized things, we got to make sure it fits in with the structure of everybody else, so we hadn't done anything stupid to everybody else. But you know, that's what I'm hoping we can do is whatever solution we come up with includes everybody, because you don't want a room full of field ops people from water and sewer and sanitation workers and everybody else.
Oh, no,
why not me? Y'all aren't
yeah,
going.
oh, I'm not doing
Close.
that. That's always been me. You know, when I had to look at the police officer and they was mad, and I was like, listen.
Sorry.
There are people around here that have not had a raise either. We're trying to look at how do we do this for quality of life for individuals that all contribute to the city. Fire, police, water, they all work together. Public Works, they all come under one melting pot, for sure.
Well, that's clearly our commitment. We're trying to, we will try to find a way to get as far as we can get. Again, I really can't print the stuff, but we can do everything we can to try to find what recurring ways to cover those things.
So I'm looking at our two hits of what we're looking at when you talk about police, and then when we're talking about Public Works. And again, if our city does not have individuals to pick up their trash, we're gonna have a whole other problem.
Well, I agree.
In this
We're quite
city.
clear about that.
Yeah.
Mr. Dark, one last question.
Yes, sir.
Settle the water out of Cross Lake, how much is that going to generate? Do we have an idea? I mean, I've seen some numbers of what it's generated so far.
You know, I haven't seen any updated numbers since the ones I gave you some time back. I don't even know if we're selling any right now.
We are.
But I'll ask Brandon to get me the number and get it to you.
Because that could be a funding source. I don't know what you've got that allocated for.
Well, that stays in the water fund right now, but
And then the other part is we're refinancing these bonds.
that also stays in the water fund.
Is there no way that you can take those bonds and free them up and do the capital improvements that might be in the budget for the water department to free up the budget to go into the general fund?
The more likely scenario is that refunding is saving you down the road 0.5% to 1% on some future water rate increase you wouldn't do. That's all, because it's not a fortune. I mean, you're not talking about saving even 7 figures a year on that refinancing. But if you do it for 30 years, it's enough money to make it financially.
You do know when you tell me to find the money, I'm going to try to find it.
Well, I mean, we all trying. And
You know, I mean, so I'm
But
going
just
to be digging
understand
and I'm trying to find it. So that's why I'm asking you these questions.
So we go back and just to review, Chief, of what it is that you have, we're looking at those police cars that we're looking at, that you all are going to look at a number. Even give me a number if it is above 70, less than 100. Looking at police cars as well, just so we have a comparative of what it is that we're looking at. We'll find out whatever additional information as it relates to an increase in the uniform. And then we're gonna look at raises when you look at that particular pay study. Is another thing that you're looking at.
I mean, essentially, it's a whole series of pieces. It's what we
Okay.
can do for fire and police off the pay schedule, what we can do for police and fire on the pay schedule,
Mhm.
what we can do for the classified folks, either as part of just a regular step raise like we did in 24,
Okay.
or whether it's some sort of cost of living without a step raise. And then the piece of that is, do we have some parity things we've got to do inside the structure for things like what we've talked about this morning.
On the flip side of that, besides y'all, since we just look at y'all, look at you, I know this your time. I also want to do a follow-up too with Cross Lake dredging.
The only number I ever saw was 30 years ago, and it was $99 million from somebody.
I want to
really
see
wanna do
with
it.
the Corps of Engineers, along with our federal delegation, what they're looking at when the individuals that live around Cross Lake are concerned about the silt that is in the lake, and if our legislators are even looking at that.
As far as I know, there's nobody looking at it right
Yeah, because I asked Representative Walters as it relates to that, and not that it would be a capital outlay request, but it was a concern.
now. All right.
Chief, you need anything else?
Well, just wanted to say.
We have 15 minutes, Chief.
We took your 15 minutes.
When it comes to vehicles, the police being able to make it somewhere is extremely important. Without that, you don't do anyone any good. And we are living through an issue that has existed as long as I've been here about our equipment. And Mr. Dark is looking in the right direction. We would much rather have 30, 40, 50 vehicles every year than 120 vehicles once every 5 years.
Oh, I agree.
Because in 5 years, we have got down so low,
Right.
but we're having to double up with people. We're having to take home cars because accident is going to continue to happen. Be realistic about it, they're going to continue to happen. We have on every day that I come to work, probably 5 or 10% of our vehicles are red line for maintenance. Oil changes, tires, something broke, radio ain't working, lights ain't working. Been involved in an accident, it ain't total off, but it'll be 4 or 5 months before it gets fixed. So he's looking in the right direction. We never get to the point where it can be consistent. We get our fleet back up to where it needs to be, and every year we're getting a small amount. We'll get ourselves out of what we're having to deal with every
We
year.
have no doubt about that, of
Yes,
what it
yes,
is that
ma'am.
we're looking at. It's twofold for us.
Yes.
Having the equipment that you need, increasing the morale
Yes.
of our law enforcement.
Yeah.
And what it is that we need to do in order
Yes.
to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Getting you all out of those buildings was overwhelmingly a priority for us, because you need to appreciate where you come to work. The next step for us is presentation. Presentation when you are out on the street. Not only you having what you need, but also how you present yourselves when you go out there. Do you look like law enforcement officers? You know, they laughed, but I was like, get rid of these Ford Fusions. This is not law
You did.
enforcement, okay? We are not driving around in these things. When I think about police officer and when your presence and what you present yourself in says a lot.
Yes, ma'am, it
Are you
does.
uniform when you get ready to do that? You represent the city of Shreveport, you represent yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, so I'm one of those ones that I
Thank you.
agree with Councilman Talaferro. There is a uniform. There needs to be uniformity in the way that you look and when you're out there. But at the same time, if I'm requiring you to do that,
Absolutely.
then I need to be able to provide you what you need in order to be able to do that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Over the course of time, I want to thank y'all, the council, for supporting us in embracing technology. Technology has been, I ain't gonna say a force multiplier, but it has greatly enhanced our ability to do our jobs efficiently. Councilman Butcher was right, and all of you, there's no substitute for a human body.
Correct.
But you can supplement that with something else, and thank y'all so much for that. Our Real-Time Crime Center has just been such a remarkable enhancement to us. At the beginning of the year, we was at around 1990 camera feeds coming into Real-Time Crime Center. To date, we're at 2,208.
Wow.
So we've gained 215 council feeds coming into us. But the great thing about it, with that platform, there is no limit. when we get for every 500, when we get to that limit, it's just a matter of me finding, $20,000. Then I get another 500 added to that. It's just a flick of a switch.
Right.
But that has been really remarkable. And the technology, with this technology, at each one of those substations, they will be able to dial in and can see the cameras in their area.
Right.
Yesterday, there was a presentation for some cameras along the Monkhouse Drive corridor. I'm pretty sure you saw that. Well, to go along with that, I'm instructing my people to order a new computer, put up a big monitor in the middle of that substation is down Monkhouse Drive. So when someone is there inside the building, they are monitoring what's going on that whole corridor. Technology enhancement is just unbelievable. Thank all of you
Please let James
so much
Green
for
know
your
that's
support.
going to go into the north location first.
You want me to hold off a little bit?
Yeah.
He's not here. He's lost.
He's not here,
He's lost
baby.
his seniority.
You
There-
move, you lose.
I went into this past weekend and was out, Chief Monette and I, all night downtown. And I went into Mounted Patrol down 100 block of McNeil Street. And I was so happy to see the supervisor, and this was before things got to rolling downtown. This was about 10-something. I was so happy to see the supervisor was doing his paperwork at his desk, but on his monitor, he was looking at all of the cameras that are downtown. I said, that's technology at its best. He was working and working. But are there any other questions?
One of the things you might not have caught this morning, Shelley talking about they had 400 and something cameras. 20% of his RTCC cameras are actually ones that are at SPAR facilities.
I like
That's
that.
right.
I mean, because we have to prepare for what's coming.
That's right.
We have to prepare for what's coming from right around the corner of what's coming, to our city. There are great things that are coming to our city in a few months. And so we have to be prepared for that. And you all have to be prepared for that as
We gonna be
well.
ready.
So, yeah, we're going to make sure you're ready.
Y'all time has come.
We gonna make sure you're
we have
ready.
made it. I want to thank you all for your insightful questions.
You're
For
welcome.
your respectful treatment of the folks that have been at the front of the room.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Dark.
just to assure you that, again, we've got about 4 more weeks on this journey, and we will do everything we can to work with you, to try to do the things we want to do and some of the things you want to do, and try to work together, because most of the things we're going to be talking about are things that one way or the other we all want to do.
Correct.
Maybe not in the same amount, maybe not
Right.
funded the same way, but we're all trying to get to the same place.
Right.
And our goal is to work with you so that most of the votes on December 9th are unanimous, and most of the ones get us to the places we want to get to. So thank you for your
I
for your
appreciate
time
that,
and your
Mr.
service.
Dark. Thank you all so much.
Everyone that is operational, everyone that is operational is out of 1234 Texas Avenue. The only ones that are left is me and my staff, and we're gonna be the last ones to leave. We're set to be moving within the next few weeks.
Right after Thanksgiving.
Everybody else is out.
You're turning out the lights.
I'm gonna have a news conference and lock the door for the last time.
Yay! Yay!
I want to say this, when y'all pushed a year or so ago to do all this, we were not excited about it.
No, you for real?
Well, because it was a little earlier. But I want to tell you, if you hadn't pushed then, this job has turned out to be way harder than anybody thought, more expensive than anybody thought, way more complicated than anybody thought. So getting it to this point at about the same time we're doing bids is really a consequence of you all pushing back last fall. Because otherwise, if we had done this on what we might have thought our regular timetable was, we'd probably started in the spring, and we'd be in a mess right now.
I
So
agree.
thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So
You
are
were
you,
right.
are
We'll
you,
just leave it at that.
are you encouraging more pushback from the council?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm trying to be the good cop.
That's what it sounded like to me. I'm good with that.
Gary, it sounded like the same thing to me. I heard the same thing. What you say, Councilman?
Well, Mr. Dark, I want to tell you that I applaud you for helping us
It is our job most of the time.
develop momentum
Correct.
and keeping the momentum. And I think that is where we
Yeah.
are as an administration, as a council. I don't think that anybody will question our motives based on what our testimonies have been. And I really appreciate you, helping us achieve
Yes.
what we need to do for our constituents,
Right.
our police department, our first responders, and so forth. And I'm looking forward to continuing that momentum into 2026 and, funding a lot of the things that need to be funded. Again, maybe not at the level, but I think that consistency, incrementally, that we can make all this happen, and I appreciate it. And thank you to Chairwoman Taylor, for kind of helping us spearhead a lot of the things that we've accomplished over the last year. And
the
so, Chief,
goal-
one final question to you,
Yes.
though, is on
Didn't quite get it.
repairs of vehicles, because I know that's kind of a stickler. Is
Hang in
that
there, Gary.
how many subs do we have to repair our vehicles when they go down, so we don't have to wait so long to get them back in service?
When ours go out for repairs, it's either to the dealership because it's under warranty, transmission, or body work. So body work, I know there's at least 5 or so transmissions. We did have one good one,
There's
but
only like a couple.
it ain't but many. And Lee's transmission, he was involved in a major accident last weekend, so
Okay.
it's closed for a while, and
All right.
that's gonna hurt the entire city, because he did all garbage trucks, school buses.
So I guess even if we have to take our vehicles out of the city for
There's a signal being
repairs,
sent.
I
Mhm.
mean, is that a possibility?
As long as they qualify as a city vendor,
Okay.
we can send it out anywhere.
All right.
Ain't no
Thank you.
problem.
All righty. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Chief.
All right. All right.